You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in, and gives you a second. All right. All right. I had to put that in for Chief Rocco. All right. Okay. So like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Okay, we did the intro. Yes, of course. It is a bit of a reckless stream. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. You already know. Y'all already know what Mr. Z is late. Don't put it in the comments. And there we go. All right. Let's start off like this. We're going to leave Chief Rocco's clip for the end, what he sent me to cover, right? So shout out to Chief Rocco. Hopefully he's listening. If he's not listening, hopefully he will be listening, or he'll catch it on the replay, right? So and I'm gonna modify the thumbnail a bit after the stream, but you know, last minute stuff, y'all already know why. No need to say. We will start off with shout out to Compassionate and Callous. With Compassionate and Callous asked Z to cover. So I remember watching this I want to say a couple months ago, maybe even longer than that, but it says a lot. And there's another clip from Compassion that I actually want to cover also. So shout out to those of you sending me emails. That's why the title is what it is, 3 birds with 1 stone. Shout out to Louis Conyer. We call him Louis here, Red Pill Sleeper Cell. He did the thumbnail for Z, and shout out to Louis. Okay, so let's play this. It's not too long, and then we'll speak on it on the other end.
You are expecting, again, women, black women on this panel specifically, to get up and do something for you. When you all are experiencing this problem, you need to get up and you need to go fight for yourself, because when women have a problem, when we see something that is wrong and it is our problem, we go and we march for it. We have gone to march for people in every spectrum. We are not doing this because if you have that much of a problem, you need to get up just like we do, and you need to go and fight for it.
Now, why this clip is important, let's emphasize this. If this is the way you sound, ladies, if this is the way you feel and think concerning black boys and black men and their specific plight, dare I say the intersectionality of being black plus male, boy and man, if this is how you think and feel concerning the plights of black men and boys, appreciate you are not community minded, and black men and boys will be moving accordingly. As Indigo Flow says, I bet, right? If you in your mind and in your heart, you think and feel this does not concern you, this is not your fight, you are black women first, not black first, you're not about the black community, you are about black women and the upliftment of black women, right? Nothing wrong with that. You're not pro-black, you're a pro-black woman. Nothing wrong with that. Black men and boys heard you, and black men and boys will be moving accordingly. Huh? There is no better comment to put, but what Indigo Flow says here, I bet. As Mr. Z has said multiple times, These women want to call community as a just in case of emergency break glass. They want their autonomy. They want to give men, black men in specific, the middle finger. They don't want to adhere to any rules, norms, any standards, particularly any of them that black men set forth. And there is nothing wrong with that. If you do not care about the plights of black men and boys, if you say black men and boys need to be the ones marching, not even the ones on the front lines, which wouldn't make sense. No, she's not saying, no, y'all need to be the ones on the front lines. We'll back y'all up. She didn't even go there. She's saying, no, this is on you. And there is nothing wrong with that. Recall, everyone, Donald Trump is president. JD Vance is vice president. These people have a hard-on in a negative way for black women. They see black women, and you could see by the way they're moving, they see black women as the face of negative liberty and reckless autonomy. Dear black women, recall this young lady speaking. I'm going to play it again. None of you have anything to say to her. None of you will admonish her. None of you will shush her. None of you will publicly disagree with her. Noted. Black men and boys will move accordingly. So shout out to Compassionate for playing this or for sending this to me. Yes, I did see it, but I wasn't really so focused on it when I saw it the first time. Right? Exactly, Hitflix. The pendulum swings both ways, Z. The ladies don't appreciate that, and that's okay. The men will be moving accordingly. The boys that are old enough will be moving accordingly. You don't get to give us the middle finger and then try to call on community, try to call on black men, in case of mercy, break glass. Where are the black men? Why aren't black men at this protest? Why aren't black men speaking up? Why are black men voting a particular direction different than black women in any appreciable number? You don't get to claim none of that when your sentiments are as follows.
You are expecting, again, women, black women on this panel specifically, to get up and do something for you. When you all are experiencing this problem, you need to get up and you need to go fight for yourself, because when women have a problem, when we see something that is wrong and it is our problem, we go and we march for it. We have gone to march for people in every spectrum. We are not doing this because if you have that much of a problem, you need to get up just like we do, and you need to go and fight for it.
Didn't say this earlier. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Now, what I think the young lady doesn't appreciate is you're living, or at least you did live, in an era where this society at least feigned to care. At least they feigned that. How much did they really care about the upliftment of girls and women? Now, Mr. Z has a whole theory about class warfare and people using the upliftment of women as a buffer for the masses of men because they're not afraid of women because y'all ain't really push the envelope. That's a whole different conversation. Okay, fine. If this is how you, young lady, feel, appreciate the men don't owe you if and when they elevate, considering black women having the first right of refusal. Appreciate the men don't owe you protesting for your lives when there is, on rare occasion, the deletion of a black woman at the hands of the state. Black men don't owe black women if black women are being harassed or physically assaulted by a non-black person, or even by a black man or black woman for that matter. Black men don't owe you stepping in, right? I want everyone to appreciate this. Black men don't owe black women even elevating and ending up with a black woman. That mean if a black man, his parents, his mother probably, is okay with him sleeping on the couch and scratching and sniffing, and that's your future boyfriend or husband that never quote unquote elevated to your liking, so be it. Huh? The young lady said what she meant. Huh? Appreciate the men don't owe you elevating to this mythical magical position that you need. If you say this is on you, men, appreciate we understand what you're saying, and we will be moving accordingly. Huh? We will be moving accordingly. This is why Mr. Z says let them talk. This is why Mr. Z says the internet will expose us all, because we have to allow for the ladies to speak for themselves, and the men and the boys will move accordingly. The men and the boys hear the ladies, and they will be moving accordingly. So to all the elders who are going to feign concern, why are so many black successful men dating out? Why is the interracial marriage rate increasing? Why are the men not concerned with the plight of black girls and women? Appreciate your daughters said they're not pro-black, they're pro-black woman. They're very self-interested. They're decentering men. The men and the boys hear that. They don't want to hear none of your crap-ass excuses. And the men and the boys will be moving accordingly. Huh? The men and the boys will be moving accordingly. What I think the young lady doesn't appreciate is she lived in an era where the system and the society was attempting to elevate women because the women said they wanted equality. And so your protests meant something. Huh? Your protests and your advocacy meant something. What happens when your protest and your advocacy no longer means anything? What happens when different governors, particularly in red states, say, yeah, you protested and getting in front of the cars, if they roll you over, so be it. What happens to your protest then? Huh? What happens to your protest then? Uh-oh. What happens to your protest then? What happens to your protest when they're no longer using rubber bullets? Huh? This is a real question. What happens to your advocacy when Ed Blum walks in the room? Huh? What happens to advocating for black women when Ed Blum walks in the room? What happens to money being allocated specifically for black women and their uplift when Ed Blum walks in the room? Huh? You want to talk about protesting? And excuse my background, though. Huh? Appreciate this. This is why I say let them talk. It sounds nice, but when we start scaling this, and you have the the passport bros, when we start scaling this and you have the passport bros, when we start scaling this and you have SYSBM, when we start scaling this and more of your young men are not really Republican, cut it out, are Trump supporters. Huh? Dear black women, when we scale this, let no one pretend like they don't appreciate why. Let no one complain. If this young lady can say this without any pushback from black women, then black men will move accordingly. Your silence is complicity. If you down for the sisterhood so bad that even when you disagree, you go to and quiet over there in the corner, nothing wrong with that. Huh? Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And black men will be moving accordingly. So shout out to Compassionate and Callous. He sent this to me. I wanted to speak on it for a few minutes. Black men, y'all make sure to play this whenever one of these sisters that your girl cousins, your sisters, huh? Your aunts, right? For those of y'all in college, some of them the black girls that's in school with you, they're gonna pretend like they don't get it. Appreciate this. The days of black women advocating for black women specifically, but black men advocating for a quote unquote black community, those days are over. The Ice Cube effect, everyone. Those days are over. The days of black men advocating for black men, black women, black children, and black women advocating for themselves specifically, and maybe black children also, those days are over. Huh? If that is how black women want to play it, then appreciate when we scale that what that looks like for you in specific. Huh? The reason why Mr. Z plays clips like this, other than the fact that y'all send it to me, is to emphasize to all those who want to play moral high ground with women, specifically in our case, black women, that this is how your daughters and your nieces and your young girl cousins, this is how they sound, this is how they think, this is how they feel, this is how they speak to the black men of similar age to them. The black men hear them, the black boys hear them, the black men and boys will be moving accordingly. So y'all could kill all that noise of why aren't black men showing up here, why black men aren't there, why aren't black men marrying black women, why aren't black men dating black women, why aren't black, y'all could kill that. Huh? So as black women lose hundreds of thousands of jobs, get iced out of the job market, Vivek just walked in the room, everyone. Oops. Sagar and Jetty just walked in the room, everyone. Yikes. Big Balls just walked in the room, everyone. Barron Trump just walked in the room, everyone. JD Vance just walked in the room, everyone. Stephen Miller just walked in the room, everyone. Peter Thiel just walked in the room, everyone. God damn. Curtis Yarvin just walked in. Alex Karp just walked in the room. Alex Karp damn near called his Jewish father a beta because he said to his own biological brother, we're only here because our parents were virtue signaling to each other. God damn. Yes. Oh, to the black women. Guess what? That's a black mother, Jewish father. For all of those that say, oh, no, we raise our children. See, when we have mixed kids, they're pro-black. They have black consciousness. Yeah, that's it. Huh? And y'all give Z a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. All right, y'all. We are back. Make sure. Okay, we're good to go. We're back. Okay. But yeah, I just want to emphasize that I forgot the young lady's name. I saw that. If I'm not mistaken, this is when Jeff St. James was on the Peef. I want to say that. Was this when he was on the Peef, or was he on Anton's channel? I can't recall. But yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's where this originated from. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah. If it's not, then she was on one of those channels anyway. But yeah, nothing wrong with that. She has every right to feel that way and to speak that way. But black men have every right to move accordingly. And black men and boys will be moving accordingly. This is what happens when you scale this worldview. It sounds good. And I want to emphasize this for everyone. Dear America, your daughters, white, black, Latina, Asian, and otherwise, are talking real reckless. They're being real mean. They're being real dismissive. They're being real mean-spirited. And your sons are going to make them mean every word they saying. They saying all of this to pay homage to the sisterhood. Sometimes they mean it. Sometimes they don't. It don't matter. We gonna make them mean it anyway. Huh? All that little slick talk, all that little smug, sassy talk. Hey, we here. I want America. I want y'all to appreciate. Your daughters are virtue signaling and signaling to each other by being as mean and as antagonistic, antagonistic and combative and just straight up mean to boys and men. I want you to appreciate your sons. I'm using the words. I'm using the words. Your sons are going to make your daughters mean that. Huh? It may not be a conscious thought. The men are not saying it to each other. Huh? But just because you allow for the environment to be this toxic concerning boys and men, the boys and men are going to make your daughters mean that. Your daughters say they're perfectly okay with being single. They don't want to be with who wants to be with average anyway. The men are dusty. The men are losers. Your sons are going to make your daughters mean that. Huh? Your daughter want to call somebody bluff? Game. Huh? It sound nice. All of that sound nice. So we're going to play it one more again and then we'll move on.
You are expecting, again, women, black women on this panel specifically, to get up and do something for you. When you all are experiencing this problem, you need to get up and you need to go fight for yourself, because when women have a problem, when we see something that is wrong and it is our problem, we go and we march for it. We have gone to march for people in every spectrum. We are not doing this because if you have that much of a problem, you need to get up just like we do, and you need to go and fight for it.
See, what happens when all those rights and privileges get rescinded and your marching don't mean anything anymore? Huh? There is this like real big blind spot with a lot of us as people, Americans in general. You know, the status quoism. Huh? The status quoism. Huh? It sounds good to be so dismissive towards men, right? You're really sticking it to the man, right? Pause. Huh? You're really sticking it to the man. It sounds good to be so dismissive and so smug. Huh? So nonchalant. Sounds good. Trump is president now. Huh? Stephen Miller is in his ear. Stephen Miller. Maybe you don't know who Stephen Miller is, young lady. You should look up who Stephen Miller is. Good luck with that. Huh? Oh boy. Huh? All of that sound nice to be so dismissive and so smug. The question again is, what happens when these privileges that you took for granted, huh? These set-asides that you took for granted, what happens when that status quo, that status quo gets obliterated in front of your face and your protesting no longer means anything? Not at least for the next 3 years it don't. Huh? What happens then? So that is a real question. That's not a rhetorical question. That is a real question. Huh? It sounds good. Huh? I guess this is what black girl and magic and black girl empowerment sound like. This is what it looked like. Saying to the men, now you're going to have to get it on your own. You know what? You're right, though. Actually, you're right. You're right. But that attitude and that sentiment, the men have taken note and they will be moving accordingly. Appreciate everyone. You don't get to dictate how people respond to you. Huh? I want to say that again. You don't get to dictate how people respond to you. So if people, men, black men in this case, hear you and see you as being antagonistic, as being smug, as being a little a-hole, they will be moving accordingly. Check that interracial marriage rate if you doubt Z. Check that same-sex loving rate if you doubt Z. Black women don't got a choice. Same-sex loving rate for black women is what I'm saying. Huh? I just want to make sure we take note of these things. Adversarial like a mug, Indigo. Huh? Yeah. So, shout out to Compassionate for that one. Let's play the next clip. What's the next clip, Z? What's the next? Oh, another Compassionate clip. Here we go. Because this, I think, went under the radar, and I'm glad that he clipped that himself, because there is a lot to say, and I'm going to just transition real smooth into this. And here we go. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
Black women waste black moral capital in this society for bullshit. And they have been doing that shit for decades. And now black men are starting to waste it because we do have a certain level of moral capital as black people in this society. People know our history. And we've got to the point where that shit getting wasted on trivial bullshit. People twerking, people restaurants, we'll say it's racist. And we throw that type of capital away. Random black women, notorious, they do the shit for promotions, for, you know, scholarships. They'll lie about, they'll, you know, say her name. They'll pretend they're getting killed by police. They'll do a bunch of shit and throw away the moral capital. We can't do that. Or people gonna stop taking racism seriously.
So why this matters is I wanted to emphasize this. And shout out to Compassionate for saying this. I said something similar-ish before, but not as succinctly and not as precise as Compassionate. Compassionate just knocked it out the park with that. We have to emphasize that black women are wasting black moral, that's ADOS being specific, moral capital on BS. Huh? On BS. For their autonomy. They want to shame everyone. They want to shame black men by using women, and they want to shame everyone else by using black, and to giving them a pass to do whatever the hell they want to do, free of consequences. This is their way of saying, y'all didn't make us white women, so y'all don't get to hold us to no standards. We get to move however we want to move. They also, this is how they weaponize the whole concept of intersectionality. Shout out to Kimberly Crenshaw. Because that's what it's about. Using all of these concepts to get a pass to act however they want to act. To throw big temper tantrums, as Compassionate said, to twerk on tables, to dress however they want to dress in whatever setting, to speak however they want to speak in whatever setting, to be crass, huh? They shouldn't be held to any norms, any standards, and they use the moral capital coming back all the way from slavery, all that built up moral capital, right? And I know I'm borging a little bit, so y'all gives me a second. I know I'm gonna borg a little bit. Y'all gives me 1 second. I know I'm borging. Okay, y'all should be able to hear me a bit better now. So they use all that moral capital or waste all that moral capital on BS just for their autonomy, just to not be quote unquote judged for their behavior, their bad and negative behavior, to be fair. Huh? Exactly, Indigo. People, mostly men, died for that moral capital. That moral capital that black women are squandering so they could give men in the institutions the biggest middle finger because they don't get to be white women. Huh? Because they don't get to be free white and 21 white men. And so they squander all of that moral capital. You have politicians twerking on a handstand, literally. Huh? Literally. Huh? Squandered moral capital. Squandered political capital. Ooh. For what? Just so you could tell men, F you. I don't have to follow your rules, your norms, your ideas. Sound nice. And we're here now. We're watching as the political right, namely white men in specific, but some white women, break the backs of black women. We're watching white women and white men, particularly on the conservative right, break all of that, tell you ain't no moral capital no more. Not there's no more capital, black women. No, ain't no more capital, bitch. None. We're watching them dismantle that right now. Huh? Wow. And what will be left? Huh? That is a real question for black women. What will be left? When your moral capital, and quite frankly, black people's moral capital, vanishes in front of everyone. And quite frankly, it's pretty much gone. It's pretty much gone. Huh? BLM squandered that moral capital. Huh? With mansions and whatnot. Huh? That's what happened to the moral capital. The mission statement in the memo from BLM. Don't think white folks ain't see it too. White conservative men, I've heard them mention it. Ooh, goddamn. You want to know what happened to your moral capital? There we go. Huh? Compassionate was 100% right. They wasted it. They wasted it. And they don't even, what do they have to show for it? That is a real question for black women across the nation. What do you have to show for it? For that moral capital that you wasted. A black female president? Nope. Okay, fine. A black female CEO that anybody knows of that's part of, I don't know, CEO of one of the Fortune 500 companies. Uh-oh. Okay. Where else did black women waste their moral capital? On Meg Thee Stallion. Ooh, goddamn. Oops. Sexy Red. Yikes. Wasted and squandered moral capital. White men saw that, and they saw in their minds black women corrupting their daughters and their wives and their niece. And if you thought white men were just gonna let that slide, oh, you got another thing coming. And we're watching it. Huh? You know what black women did with their moral capital? Had Meg Thee Stallion up there twerking for Kamala Harris. That's what they did with their moral capital. Well, damn. Huh? That's what they did with their moral capital. You know what they did with their moral capital? Try to convince the entire world that it's different when black women date out. How many black women have spoken real greasy about men, and then even white men find out, oh, she got a white boyfriend, a white husband, and they're like, oh, typical. Uh-oh. That's what they did with their moral capital. Huh? Yeah. That's what they did with their moral capital. Squander it. Huh? Yikes. So we're gonna play that again in a minute if Mr. Z could. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that, everyone. Let's play one more again because these people are in front of me. Anyway, here we go.
Black women waste black moral capital in this society for bullshit. And they have been doing that shit for decades. And now black men are starting to waste it because we do have a certain level of moral capital as black people in this society. People know our history. And we've got to the point where that shit getting wasted on trivial bullshit. People twerking, people restaurants, we'll say it's racist. And we throw that type of capital away. Random black women notorious. They do the shit for promotions, for, you know, scholarships. They'll lie about, they'll, you know, say her name. They'll pretend they're getting killed by police. They'll do a bunch of bullshit and throw away the moral capital. We can't do that. Or people gonna stop taking racism seriously.
They're already not taking it seriously. If it's a non-black person critiquing them, it's racist. Okay. If it's a black man critiquing them, it's sexist and informed by racism. Oh boy. I've said before they use intersectionality as a shield and a sword. Unfortunately for black women, it's not black men. Unfortunately for black women, Vivek Ramaswamy, Sagar and JD Vance got something to say about your moral high ground. Huh? They have something to say about your moral capital, black women in specific. Nick Fuentes said, call me racist, I don't give a F. I don't think we really appreciate having white men, young white men. Nick Fuentes is a Generation Z. He is, what, 26, 27 years old. Having someone of that age say, call me racist, I don't give a F. Having white women, talentless white women, like Lily Gaddis, say, call me racist, I don't give a F. Having people like that say that at relatively young ages, how frightening that should be. These people are going to be here more than likely for another 3, 4, 5 decades, maybe 6. You're going to be dealing with Nick Fuentes and his acolytes for at least another 3 decades. At least another 3 decades. It's going to be more than that. And they're going to learn from him. They're going to be smoother than him. They're going to be less outspoken as he is. They're going to drop. They're going to give you signs, but they're going to be way less blatant than he is. Huh? Ah. And Telescope says, Black women's idea of freedom equals the ability to show one's ass in public without public critique or comment. Negative liberty. Huh? Negative liberty. Indigo says, it's going to swing back the other way. That's physics. Yeah. Yeah, there is definitely something to be said about, you know, some of our conservative brethren celebrating a little too hard, because that when that pendulum swings the other way, as Black Uru says, this little thing we got on the internet, some of us gonna have to pack it up. Huh? Because apparently the politicians don't got no answer for you for none of the money stuff, so they just gonna give you culture war stuff and get you high off of that. Huh? We don't got no answers for you for the money stuff. These expensive houses, these expensive homes, huh? Unaffordable childcare, lowering birth rate, huh? Your young people not coupling up. They don't have no answers for you with that, but they got culture war stuff for you. Dunking on the left, dunking on the right. So yeah, the pendulum gonna swing the other way, and it's gonna be fascinating to watch how these people deal with that, come to terms with that, right? That's gonna be fun to watch. Yeah. Lion says, what money exactly? Yeah. So shout out to Compassionate. Exactly, brother. Exactly. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And talking about super chats, let's read this from the Arena Revised. And the Arena Revised says, and thank you for the super chat, have y'all seen the new data that Black men are the most systematically ignored by political decision makers, yet Black women have no obligation to use leverage? Okay. So we appreciate that. Black women did what they wanted to do with intersectionality. They use intersectionality to benign neglect the plights of Black boys and men, as Mr. Z said before. Essentially, this is what Mr. Z is saying. This is all, y'all put on your tinfoil hats. I have no confirmation of this. This is just Mr. Z just spitballing ideas. This is how Mr. Z sees it. Black women woke up in the 80s and the 90s, and yeah, they some of them were gaining because of feminism, second wave feminism. But the problem is they realized, the smart of them, the elites of them, realized that white women duped them, but they couldn't say it out loud. Huh? White women duped them. White women and Black women conspired to take whatever was supposed to be given to Black men away from Black men and give it to Black women, give it to white women, and white women were supposed to kick down the door of fairness and equality for everyone, because white women had the numbers. And white women hoarded it and then still married white men on the ass. Well, damn. And all white women gave Black women were virtue signaling pieces of crap entertainment. Waiting to Excel just walked into the room, everyone. 4 Color Girls just walked into the room, everyone. Oprah Winfrey just walked into the room, everyone. Goddamn. Gayle King just walked into the room, everyone. Huh? Yeah. A Color Purple and whatnot just walked into the room, everyone. So Black women then And this is where Kimberly Crenshaw comes in. Black women then said, you know what? All right, intersectionality. We're black plus women, so you should consider us a bit different, separate and apart. We suffer two consequences of birth. We're not simply just black. We're black plus woman. Right? We're black plus. We're not just black. We're black plus woman. And this needs to be considered when considering our plight. And then you use that to eventually benign neglect the plight of black men and boys. And so, of course, we don't consider black men, but as a matter of fact, the way it's said to us is the upliftment of black girls and women in specific will uplift everyone, including black men and boys. Why can't black men and boys just get behind? Shout out to Tiffany Cross. Get a line next to Nas, say it how you meant it, say it with your chest. You meant behind. Why can't black men and boys just get behind black women and girls? Huh? So yeah, the Arena Revised. I'm not surprised. Mr. Z Ramen. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Huh? Terrell says Terry McMillan just walked in with Alice Walker. Exactly. Yeah. So of course the political capital also. Black women took all of that and wasted it so they could twerk on a handstand as a politician. Huh? Burning through all that capital for what? Huh? Army will say Frimpong, the funky academic, said something. And it's something to really consider. Can men tell women to shut the hell up? He didn't say it like that. Can men tell women, you don't know what you're talking about? You're wrong. Shut up. Because men can tell men that. Now, there might be some furniture movement, but it depends on the space you're in. And it depends if this is your, if you are the subordinate in the situation. But men could definitely tell men, no, you're wrong about that. No, you're 100% wrong about that. No, you don't know what you're talking about. And men can say it without worrying about other men's feelings and their delivery. My delivery, I could have said that in a different way. Black women squandered black men's and black women and black children's political capital so they could do what they want to do free of consequence, free of critique. And we're here now. So not only did you get that privilege rescinded in a Trump administration, now they're hypercritical. Now they told you, the black community, we need, when something racist or anti-black happens to you, it has to be so cartoonishly anti-black before we even consider it. No more disparate impact. No. Now it has to be so blatant, so cartoonish, so no shadow of a doubt, and we're always going to have doubt. You might as well don't even bring the case. And there you go, ladies. A few decades of squandering black people's political capital. Huh? See, people speculated about the black community, but black women specific. And then Alicia Garza, Patrice Cullors, and the other one walked in the door from BLM. And we're here now. Huh? Ah, that memo and that original mission statement, only considering essentially black women and black children in whatever configuration they so happen to be in, family. No mention of men, no mention of black men. Huh? So you had mainly the death of straight black men and boys at the hands of the state, extrajudicial killing. And you had 3 queer women capitalize off of that and become the face of a movement about black boys and men who these women, if these boys and men were still alive, these women wouldn't spit on them if they were on fire. Huh? What part of George Floyd does Alicia Garza's face look like she cared anything about that man when he was alive? Huh? Ah, something to consider. Squandered political capital. Squandered moral capital. And so we're going to play it again. And shout out to Compassionate and Callous. There we go.
Black women waste black moral capital in this society for bullshit. And they have been doing that shit for decades. And now black men are starting to waste it because we do have a certain level of moral capital as black people in this society. People know our history. And we've got to the point where that shit getting wasted on trivial bullshit. People twerking, people restaurants, we'll say it's racist. And we throw that type of capital away. Random black women, notorious, they do the shit for promotions, for scholarships. They'll lie about, they'll say her name. They'll pretend they're getting killed by police. They'll do a bunch of shit and throw away the moral capital. We can't do that. Or people gonna stop taking racism seriously.
As I said before, they already stopped taking racism seriously. And shout out to Compassion and Callous. Hopefully he listens in eventually. And I don't see him in the comments, but hopefully he listens in. And yeah, definitely have to cover that one too. Definitely have to cover that one too. And Troll says, hence why FBA have been sitting this year out. I think it's needed. I think it's needed. No? I think people are going to have to see what aligning. I don't think people are really appreciated the hyper focus on black men and harming black men, how much people got to do whatever they were doing behind the scenes because the microscope was always on black men. Huh? And so everybody gonna have to feel America now. You're gonna have to feel what the elites really think about you. What certain politicians really think about you. You're a useless eater. Could have made that funny, but we're gonna leave that one. Huh? The I will vote for Donald Trumps? Huh? The small hats, the Indians with the H-1B visas. You see how they debating y'all in your position. everyone took for granted that the microscope should be on black men all the time. And well, we're here now. Huh? And now you got to eat the cost of your ideology. That includes black women. If you say you're going to be rich, auntie, you don't need no man, this environment's going to make you mean that. Huh? The men are going to make you mean that. Oh boy. If you say who wants to be with average anyway, the environment's going to make you mean that. You know? The environment's going to make you mean that. The men are going to make you mean that. So shout out to Compassionate and Callous. Had to review those 2 videos from his channel. And we're going to get to this from Sarge Willie Pete because somebody sent me this, but I want to cover this part in specific. So this is what I'm going to cover from Sarge Willie Pete. I'll cover the rest of the commentary because he was responding to Antonio Talks, not Tone Talks, but Antonio Talks, who I've reviewed a couple of times now. And Sarge was responding to him. And I want to say this to Sarge before we even get underway. Sarge, we have the term over here on Mr. Z's channel. It's called patriarchy by feminist specifications. The women don't actually want to get rid of patriarchy because no one, I mean no one, is telling them what they lose as patriarchy disappears. Huh? All the gendered pleasures that they take for granted, they don't even count it. They don't even know that that's a gendered pleasure. They just assume. No one is saying to them, I mean no one, I mean your staunchest same-sex loving, rainbow feminists. No one is saying to the ladies, hey, we get rid of patriarchy, you're not getting this, that, open doors, pay for first dates, men approach. Huh? Men save you or intervene if you're being harassed or assaulted. Huh? You get preferential treatment. You get, if you do violate or break a law, you get less time, less sentence. No one says to women what it's going to cost them. Your life expectancy is going to start equalizing, so maybe you don't get the extra 3-4 years on men, 5 years on men. Maybe not. Huh? So we're going to play this for, my apologies, y'all. We're going to play this from Sarge Willie Pete, and then we'll give our commentary on the other side. Before we do that, once again, fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use. And shout out to Sarge Willie Pete. But he's played this multiple times. I don't recall if I reviewed it before. I want to say yes, but I think it's time. And shout out to all the newcomers. Shout out to all the more recent subscribers. I did see a dip in my subscriber, like negative. So I know YouTube is unsubscribing people. I get it. I know everyone. So if you're listening in, make sure you're subscribed. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And so we'll play this from Sarge Willie Pete, and we'll speak on it on the other end.
Stop the cap.
Tomorrow in the new day, same time, same place, the Donna Corleone Show, 12 noon. Love y'all. All right, Johnny, you want to add in?
Yes, I want to confess that what he is saying is absolutely true, and the way he's thinking about it and the way he's expressing it is true for very many men. I myself ruined a wonderful, fantastic, benevolent relationship because I moved when I got the fucking inclination to move. But when he got the inclination to move, it was like, nigga, you got me fucked up. Like, I absolutely would not move on this nigga say so. And I moved a lot on my own personal motherfucking say so. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it was very clear that it was like, bitch, you gonna do what you wanna do? And I'm like, pretty much. I definitely ruined that relationship because I listened to myself. But I will say this, I am better off after that relationship without that nigga. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying, hold on, I'm admitting to you that yes, that really contributed to me and that nigga not being me and that nigga no more. Okay? And this is my husband. But after that shit, after I learned to fucking listen to me, nigga, and I realized what I was doing, it was a much better situation.
Okay. So I'm not saying that all men. Don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody to be confused into thinking that I'm suggesting that all men know what they're doing. I'm not saying that all men have good leadership skills or even know where they're going. I'm not saying all men. What I am saying though specifically is that when you come across, like you say, headstrong women who may have some degree of a foundation established or not, men who are taught to do the right thing do not recognize women as the rock in the foundation. They are. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it's
wow. Yeah, because I'm a very headstrong woman, and I've been headstrong since the day I was born. Even my father couldn't get to me. No man can get to me.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying? And I understand what that means because now here's the question: what if it's a headstrong woman?
Then you go back to what I said yesterday. In other words,
I have to stop. Men who are raised don't think that women are.
Let me say this: I have to put this on record. I run my family. I'm just going to come out and say that shit. I run my shit. I run my family. My husband is the extension of running the family, but I run my family.
Okay,
when it comes to decisions, I have the last say so.
Okay, Don. So you asked me yesterday. What?
I have the first say so.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. You asked me yesterday. What does a man do when he comes across that woman? And I told you he stops his pursuit and he has to pursue someone else.
No, that nigga falls in line.
Pardon me?
Like a grown-ass man who sees the benefit of the situation falls in line. He assumes his position. He becomes the king of the fucking household. Men become
kings in other people's castles. They build their own.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You serious?
Okay.
So you're saying queens? Hold on. So you're totally neglecting the entire aspect of the fact that the king's position in most matriarchal society is given to him because of the fucking queen.
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
You're literally saying that entire civilization, the king is the king because of the queen. You're saying niggas don't move in a bitch of shit?
Let me acknowledge what you just said.
Shout out to Sarge Willie Pete. Sarge Willie Pete went on to, and this is one of the biggest blind spots from Sarge Willie Pete as a brother who grew up upper middle class black, right? I'm not saying Mr. Z did. I'm saying Sarge Willie Pete did. Sarge Willie Pete really doesn't appreciate. It's like he knows it in theory, but we've watched him for over a decade really struggle with this. Black women want their autonomy subsidized. They're not letting go. Like you'll hear Sarge Willie Pete say that. You'll see him debate it with himself. But he has difficulty coming to terms with they want patriarchy by feminist specifications. They want their autonomy, but they want you and other black men to be there in case of emergency, break glass, clean up, man. Sarge Willie Pete will play this clip. Sarge Willie Pete clearly, obviously knows about this clip. It's on his channel. But he still struggles to appreciate this is the masses of black women. They just don't got the ovaries to say it because they know that if they in mass express this, that will be the death knell. Huh? Sarge Willie Pete goes on to say, what he usually say, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, black men ain't build Wakanda for black women, so he appreciates why black women act the way they do. Black men can build black women Wakanda, and then they'll say, give me the keys. Huh? It's not up for debate, Sarge. Your eyes do not deceive you, Sarge. This is not a virus that's limited specifically to the black community, but I would argue it's most prevalent in the black community. This particular view Sarge, do you need to hear it from another? And this is a younger lady. Do you need to hear this sentiment expressed again?
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Huh? Sarge, do you need to hear it again?
The problem is we don't have enough women disrespecting men. We don't have enough women humbling these men and putting them in their place. We need to start making these men feel worthless because they are, okay? Call him a bitch. Disrespect him. Put him down. Make him feel bad about himself. Like, what's going on here? I feel like we're losing the plot. Like, I'm seeing too many marriages and too many people getting in these relationships. That's why these men think that they're the prize. Because y'all are putting them on this pedestal, making them feel like they're the prize. No. It's your job as a woman to put that man down and put him in his place. Treat him like the animal he is.
Sarge, I'm willing to put some money on it. This ain't AI, Sarge. I done had this video for a few months, Sarge. Could be AI. Doubt it. Sarge, this is a little lady. She little. Not even little. Lil. Lil. Said put him in his place. That's what she said, Sarge. Huh? She said put him in his place, Sarge. Sarge, that's regardless of income, Sarge. That's regardless of status, Sarge. That's regardless of all black men in America decided, you know what? Tomorrow we gonna buy up a couple of states and we gonna build ourselves Wakanda. And in 10 years, we got Wakanda up. Black women will turn around and say, thank you, now give us the keys. We only need you to clean up when we destroy this thing. Sarge, what the ladies are fighting for is their autonomy subsidized, their autonomy protected. I was working through this concept for a while, and I used to say on this channel often, what the ladies want is to be like little kids. It's raining outside, it's thundering outside, right? And we're all under a tent, a big, huge tent. And the men are standing guard and they're holding up the tent. They're at every pillar, they're at every point of the tent that could fail, and they're holding up the tent. And the women want to be able to run and play tag and play around and bump into each other and bump into others and bump into some of the men and try to push them in and joke around and play around as it's storming and hailing outside, and they're just playing around. And that's your job as a man, to provide them with the security for their autonomy. And we even had FD signifier say that one. For all of them, for all of you that were here for that first conversation Mr. Z had with FD signifier, what did he say? The women want their autonomy and security. And what did I do? I laughed. You can only have one. Huh? Sarge, it doesn't end there, Sarge.
I do believe genuinely that there needs to be a public works department that is dedicated to being mean to men. Like Parks and Rec, like sewage, like being mean to men. Or we could laterally integrate, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. We could laterally integrate being mean to men into these departments. Like pick up the trash, degrade a man, you know what I mean? Clean up a park, insult a man. We've said it time and time again. Women in a relationship with a shitty man, we turn him into a good man for the next woman, right? What if we all just collectively, because what's happening in those relationships is we're bullying them. That's what's happening. What if we all just did that? I do think that is what keeps the world safe. The world's not even safe, honestly. But I think it will make the world safer. I think it is akin to picking up trash on the side of the road. Yeah, I think being mean to men is like picking up trash on the side of the road. It's something that has to be done to keep our streets clean, clear, and kind. Someone's got to do it. Bully a man, save a woman.
Sarge, she's talking about bullying men, Sarge. Now, are the women signaling to other women and they doing they black girl magic thing and they swaggy thing? Yeah, they yes. With that, no, they mean this too. Huh? They mean this, Sarge. Are the women signaling to other women? Yes. But you'll be damned if they don't mean this. This young lady, she said this with the smug and the little smirk on her face.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Just in case you didn't hear that, Sarge, I'm going to play it again and then I'll repeat it.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up. That's what she said, Sarge. She meant that, Sarge. She's not joking, Sarge. Huh? Because of the black manosphere, because of the internet and social media, because of viewers like you, because of y'all on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook, in the comments giving the ladies that work, they finally just coming out with it. It's not like they didn't used to say it, but they're finally coming out with it. Now they just telling you straight up, look, man, just build Wakanda, give me the keys. Huh? Sarge, the ladies' biggest issue was never not what you didn't build. It's that they're not white women, politically and socially. And so now they want their 10 pounds of flesh. Now they want men, black men, to build Wakanda and then put a big statue of, name them, Beyonce or Michelle Obama, whoever, and then worship it. Lizzo, goddamn, see, and worship it, worship them, build them Wakanda, and then worship them. Put a big statue of whatever black woman in the middle of the town square and turn to it and pray to it 3-4 times a day, like you praying, then turning towards Mecca. Huh? I know it's hard to believe, Sarge. I know. Not all black women, Z. Yeah, okay, fine. Not all, most. Oops. Whether they say it or not. Yeah. This is what it is. Huh? And Sarge, oh, it gets a whole lot more blatant and worse.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Sarge, that's a real black woman, Sarge. She meant that, Sarge. You can see it in her face. You can see it in her eyes. She meant every single word of that, Sarge. Huh? Sarge, she meant that. Huh? Know your position. Bow down. Huh? She the long lost member of West Side Connection. She said, bow down. Huh? Ah, Sarge, you heard that correctly. You heard that correctly, Sarge. And playing the clip from Sarge again.
Stop the cap.
Tomorrow in the new day, same time, same place, the Donna Corleone Show, 12 noon. Love y'all. All right. Johnny, you want to add in?
Yes. I want to confess that what he is saying is absolutely true. And the way he's thinking about it and the way he's expressing it is true for very many men. I myself ruined a wonderful, fantastic, benevolent relationship because I moved when I got the fucking inclination to move. But when he got the inclination to move, it was like, nigga, you got me fucked up. Like, I absolutely would not move on this nigga say-so. And I moved a lot on my own personal motherfucking say-so. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it was very clear that it was like, bitch, you gonna do what you want to do? And I'm like, pretty much. I definitely ruined that relationship because I listened to myself. But I will say this. I am better off after that relationship without that nigga. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying, hold on, I'm admitting to you that yes, that really contributed to me and that nigga not being me and that nigga no more. Okay? And this is my husband. But after that shit, after I learned to fucking listen to me, nigga, and I realized what I was doing, it was a much better situation.
Okay. So I'm not saying that all men. Don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody to be confused into thinking that I'm suggesting that all men know what they're doing. I'm not saying that all men have good leadership skills or even know where they're going. I'm not saying all men. What I am saying though specifically is that when you come across, like you say, headstrong women who may have some degree of a foundation established or not, men who are taught to do the right thing do not recognize women as the rock and the foundation. They are. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it's
right.
right.
Yeah, because I'm a very headstrong woman, and I've been headstrong since the day I was born. Even my father couldn't get to me. Nobody, no man can get to me.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying? So I understand what that means because now here's the question: what if it's a headstrong woman?
Then you go back to what I said yesterday. In other words,
I have to stop. Men who are raised don't think that women are.
Let me say this: I have to put this on record. I run my family. I'm just going to come out and say that shit. I run my shit. I run my family. My husband is the extension of running the family, but I run my family.
Okay,
when it comes to decisions, I have the last say so.
Okay, Don. So you asked me yesterday. What?
I have the first say so.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. You asked me yesterday. What does a man do when he comes across that woman? And I told you, he stops his pursuit and he has to pursue someone else.
No, nigga falls in line.
Pardon me?
Like a grown-ass man who sees the benefit of the situation falls in line. He assumes his position. He becomes the king of the fucking household.
Men become kings in other people's castles. They build their own.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You serious?
Okay.
So you're saying queens? Hold on. So you're totally neglecting the entire aspect of the fact that the king's position in most matriarchal society is given to him because of the fucking queen.
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
You're literally saying that entire civilization that the king is the king because of the queen. You're saying niggas don't move in a bitch of shit?
Let me acknowledge what you just said.
And the difference between what that lady was saying and what Munchkin said about bow down is what exactly? What's the likeliness that Munchkin ever heard this? But she said the same thing now, didn't she? Huh? Now, what was the likeliness that either one of those women, well, we already know that clip from Sarge Willie Pete predates what Mr. Z's about to play right now, and they all saying the same thing.
Well, look, for me, it has never really been about black man or man. It's been about men. You know, there's this myth out there that black men can't handle being spoken to, and told what to do by black women. Black men come from our bodies. So black men have black mothers. So they're used to having these conversations with women.
The matriarchy is
You know,
strong with the black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah.
Conversations with women.
The matriarchy is
You know,
strong with the black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah. The matriarchy is
You know,
strong with the black
It is
community.
very strong.
Yeah.
Told you. I told you. I told you.
Yeah. Y'all heard right. And Kunguru says, and thank you for the super chat. Listening in the past, black men know the police get away way more aggressive if we are anywhere in numbers. We protest things worth dying for because that's on the table. You know, I could tie that to this, but appreciate this. No one's a black man except for a black man. No one is a black man except for a black man. And so we're the only ones that know what this actually cost. So whether it's white folks, white men, white women, particularly leftists, right? Or anyone's left of center, I'll say, not even just leftists. Whether it's non-black folks, once again, left of center, wherever that center may be in America, whether it's black women, no one appreciates outside of black men how quickly people want to resort to violence, particularly in America, obviously, concerning black men. Yeah. America has a love, hate relationship with black men. So black women can talk about all this protest thing, and why don't y'all, and once again, this glaring, I don't even want to call it blind spot, because it's not a blind spot. It's just pure ignorance. Black women demanding that black men move the way black women move, as if black men could even if they wanted to. Because the world is going to receive black men the way the world receives black women, as outgroup women. And fundamentally, what you're saying is you don't believe black men when black men tell you what their experiences are. Screw that. You don't even believe your own eyes. For Tiffany Cross to tell black men to get in line next to behind black women. For Therese, who I've reviewed multiple times on this channel, to say raise the boys the way you raise the girls. Now, she was speaking in general, but she means black boys also. Huh? For the young lady I played earlier, right? And shout out to Compassionate. For this young lady here.
You are expecting, again, women, black women on this panel specifically, to get up and do something for you. When you all are experiencing this problem, you need to get up and you need to go fight for yourself. Because when women have a problem, when we see something that is wrong and it is our problem, we go and we march for it. We have gone to march for people in every spectrum. We are not doing this because if you have that much of a problem, you need to get up just like we do, and you need to go and fight for it.
That sounds nice. Essentially, what that young lady is saying to black men is hold your own nuts. Black men heard you and will be moving accordingly. As I said before, only black men know what it is to be a black man. And we will be moving accordingly concerning black women. Yeah. So, Kunguru, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate that, especially if you're speaking about anything political, social upheaval, black men having to fight for every single step of humanity. Outgroup women, black outgroup women, have convinced themselves that our plight is easier than theirs. Our go of it is easier than theirs. That we can move the way they do. Huh? And it sounds good. Sounds good. Just protest like us. Well, Trump's in office now, and how's that protesting going? Huh? Sounds good. Trump's in office right now. Protest now. Let's see. Let's see what protesting gets you right now. Protesting about anything. Huh? Stephen Miller is in Trump's ear right now. Protest. Let's see how far it gets you. Huh? Yeah. Sounds good. Huh? And so once again, compassionate. Thank you for the video. And Congru, thank you for the super chat. And yeah. So we were speaking about this, but yeah, I think Sarge really struggles with appreciating like this is what it's been about for the longest. They want their autonomy. They just want their autonomy subsidized. They want it secured. Huh? They want it secured. And all the chastising and all the wagging of fingers and all the attempts to publicly ridicule and humiliate black men. That's what it's about. Lowering your stock in your own mind so that you can quote unquote overperform. Shout out to Dr. Richard Reeves, overproduce for these wayward ass women, black women in specific. Huh? So Sarge, I've watched Sarge for I've been listening to Sarge since what, 2010, 2011, something like that. Forever ago, maybe 2012, somewhere around there. I want to say 2010, 2010, something like that. Huh? Sarge, that is the end goal. I've watched him for over a decade struggle to come to terms with this. And I watched Sarge battle Avenue Rants. I watched him battle a couple of brothers from the hood that tried to tell him, hey, listen, you don't appreciate it because you come from a different environment. Yes, you're black, but you come from a different environment. You really think you have no idea this is in black women's blood now. Are there a handful of black women that's not on this type of time? Of course. Of course. But that's like trying to find a needle in a needle stack. You're going to get lucky. Some of you going to get lucky. And then you're supposed to grab her hand and run for your life and make sure she don't get contaminated by the others. But Sarge has been struggling with accepting that the women, let's appreciate this, the women do want black men to build them Wakanda. The black women do want to be in their feminine. Black women do want to be the prettiest, or at least be considered the prettiest woman in the room. Huh? They do want all of those things. They do want to be the beauty standard. I didn't say anything about them working to be the beauty standard. Pay attention to Mr. Z's words. They do want to be the beauty standard, Sarge. All of it. Huh? And Sarge, they still gonna tell you to kiss their ass. Huh? Sarge, they look, and the Arena Revive says, I miss Avenue Rants. Bro, Avenue Rants tried to tell Sarge. There's a couple of brothers. I've been listening to Sarge for a minute. It's a couple of names that slip in my mind right now that Sarge then battled over the years. That tried to tell him, bro, these women ain't budging. Sarge, yes, the ladies want the mansion. They want you to own the Rari. They want you to buy them a matching Rari. Actually, matter of fact, they want you to buy them a better one. But, huh? Sarge, all of that. They do want those nice things, Sarge. And they want you to kiss their ass still. Black women appreciate for the more sensible of them. Z, you doing a lot, Z, with that sensible word. I know. They know they go every once in a while. They go ego stroke you just a smidge, just enough to keep you on the hamster wheel. If you were a Uber baller, Sarge, you really struggle with this. You really don't think they want patriarchy by feminist specifications. That's why I keep on playing those clips. The ladies want patriarchy by feminist specifications. And that virus has spread because some of the Latinas are on the same type of time and some of the white women are on the same type of time. Huh? Non-compassionate. Compassionate says Z say black women wants you to get the 458, which is the older one, and she get the 488, which is the newer one, and turbo. Non-compassionate. They want that La Ferrari, and you get the 458. Crap, you get the 355. Huh? Ah, I know, Sarge. I know it. I know. I know. It's difficult to believe. It's true though. And Jake says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Jake says, I like Sarge, but I think he's under the impression that black men need to alpha their way through it, and most problems would be solved by black men having more money. No, he really does believe that. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the biggest back and forths between BGS and Sarge Willie Pete. Appreciate this. Would money alleviate some situations? Absolutely. But I think what Sarge fundamentally doesn't appreciate is black women truly want their autonomy. They want the nice things. The masses of black women want the nice things. They just don't want to do what it costs. You know, being on a black man's program. Quite frankly, being on any man's program. Oh, goddamn. But definitely not a black man's program. And definitely if you're not rich, I mean like stupid dumb rich. Huh? Sarge, they want to be able to be mean. They want to be able to be snarky. They want to be able to be nice when they want to be nice. They want to be able to be sexy when they want to be sexy. Then they want to be able to be roguish when they want to be roguish. And be subsidized the whole way through. I know, Sarge. I know. It's hard to believe, but it's true, Sarge. Black women want to be who they want to be and do what they want to do and have it subsidized every step of the way. If she want to be overweight today, she want to be overweight. If she want to lose weight, she want to lose weight. If she want her hair fried, dyed, and laid to the side, that's how she want her hair. If she want to grow dreads, she want to grow dreads. If she want braids, she want braids. If she want to use bleaching cream, she want to use bleaching cream. She want to walk around here with the fake contacts, she want to walk around here with the fake contacts. The claw nails, she want to walk around here with the claw nails. No nails, she want to walk around here with no nails. Shave her eyebrows on and off and then draw them on. Z, you still there? Still here. Shave her eyebrows off and then draw them on. She want to shave her eyebrows off and then draw them on. Excuse me, Sarge. And she wants to be, say it again, Z, subsidized every step of the way. I know, Sarge. I know. Fundamentally, black women don't want to have to consider what black men consider ever and still be subsidized. I know. Huh? If she want to dress more feminine, she want to dress more feminine. If she want to dress in streetwear, she want to dress in streetwear. If she want to dress in exercise attire, she want to dress in exercise attire. If she want to wear heels, she want to wear heels. If she want to wear tennis shoes, she want to wear tennis shoes. If she want to wear army boots, she want to wear army boots. And it doesn't matter what you or any other black man have to say, but you better be here to pay. Ooh, goddamn. Z Ramen. She don't care what you say, but you better pay. And there you go. Huh? Sarge, that is a virus that started in the black community, but it didn't stay there. Because the Latinas are moving like that. Not all, not most, but enough. And the white women are moving like that. Not all, not most, but enough. Subsidized autonomy. Put it in the book. I'm gonna do a whole stream on that one. Compassionate. Subsidized autonomy. And that's all it is, Sarge, at the end of the day. Huh? This is what the ladies are fighting for. Patriarchy by feminist specifications and subsidized autonomy. You heard right. You heard it here first. Compassionate said, Sarge think this is love and basketball. That's hysterical. Huh? Compassionate subsidized autonomy with a sprinkle of tangle of pathology. Man. Thank you, Telescope. And Telescope says, she don't care what you saying, but you better be paying. Barzy, thank you. Now, if I only had enough money to pay Rick Ross to make a song out of it. Huh? She don't care what you saying, but you better be paying. That is it. Huh? That is what the ladies are saying. That is it. It is true. Yeah. And so let's read this last. Where did it go? Where did it go? And here we go. Oh, no, I already read that. And thank you, Jake, for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right. And let's play this last clip. And this is for Chief Rocker. Right. Shout out to Chief Rocker. I'm gonna modify the thumbnail after the stream, and we'll fix that so that he could know, just in case he's not here, he could catch it on the replay. And I should have gave him a bit of a warning, but I didn't have the time. My apologies, Chief Rock, if you catch this on replay. And thank you for the super chat that inspired this. And Chief Rocker wanted Mr. Z to review this. So we're going to spend a few minutes on this video, but y'all be prepared because your favorite colorist queen, goddamn Z, really love Chief Rocker paid for the stream, so we can go to honor the payment. And so it's only a few minutes long. This one is not going to be forever. But shout out to Chief Rocker, and let's hear, because this is actually Mr. Z's first time hearing this around, so I purposely did not listen to it, because it was a short video, so we gonna listen to it, and we gonna see what Chief Rocker wants us to listen to it. Here we go.
So I want to give a quick update on Candy and Todd's divorce. And just an FYI, I'm doing weekly content for Neptunian members and patrons where I give my strategic advice and opinions on other trending topics. So if you're interested, the links to join are in the description box. Also, if you enjoy my content, be sure to like this video, share, and subscribe. Now back to the topic. So I called it in my last video. Todd Tucker is now requesting primary custody of he and Candy's children. And according to reports, he's questioning the prenup, claiming that he was under duress when signing or pressured to sign. And I said right in my last video that Todd might attempt to get the prenup thrown out or invalidated, and that's exactly what he appears to be trying to do. Now, I'm assuming Todd is going to present footage from he and Candy's reality TV show as proof that he was pressured to sign the prenup, and I'm not sure if the evidence is going to be strong enough. I'm sure Candy has good lawyers, but you never know what can happen. I also saw where last month, Todd shared a video of he and the kids on Instagram, and in the caption, he wrote "Daddy Daycare." So I'm not sure if he intentionally did that to help his case, or if he truly is the primary caretaker of his children. And if he does take care of them most of the time while Candy is working, then okay. But I recall Candy complaining about Todd going out to party immediately after his daughter was born. And I always see Candy with her kids. Not to mention that both her and Todd work. So I just have a hard time believing that Todd is the primary caretaker and that they aren't sharing responsibility. At this point, it just appears that Todd filed for full custody to get alimony and access to the portion of Candy's money that she earned before they were married. I mean, that's the only logical reason that he would be quote unquote questioning the prenup at this point. So ladies, this is just another example of what can happen when you marry hypogamously. And yes, we know that this happens to men too. But personally, I don't believe that it can be equalized because women are typically left raising the children, not to mention the negative social impact that often comes with being a single mother after divorce. So I just don't think it's equal. And let's not forget that the alimony laws were originally put in place because men were leaving their wives destitute after divorce. So the marriage and child support laws that men always complain about actually came to be because of their own doing. And let's be real, it's already been proven statistically that women are the primary caretakers of the children, both during marriage and after divorce. And women also take on most of the domestic work in the home, even when they have a job and pay half of the bills. So the division of labor is not equal. And so if anybody deserves alimony after divorce, it's typically going to be the woman. Now, if the roles are genuinely reversed and the man is truly raising the kids and doing most of the work around the house, then okay, he should get sole custody or child support and or spousal support. But in this case, I'm just not sold that Todd is doing most of the homemaking and the caretaking of the children. I could be wrong, but we'll just have to see as more details come out about this situation. And I've been looking online and I already see Black women siding with Todd, which isn't surprising to me. But I also see other Black women saying that they can't believe Mama Joyce was right, which is wild to me. The way we as Black women watch this scenario play out over and over again, specifically with Black women who marry hypogamously to Black men, and the way we act surprised every time it happens should be studied. This is a pattern with Black women at this point, and this is why I can't take y'all seriously when you harp on stories like the Danish deception, and you pretend that Black women en masse are tricking on white men and being naive and gullible when it comes to white men and non-Black men, because Black women are naive and gullible with Black men the most. And what's crazy about this is that Candy and other Black women are going through this with men who never even liked them like that to begin with and weren't even attracted to them. Candy had to beg this man for sex months after they got married. He negatively compared her looks to Rihanna on national television, and now he's trying to take a portion or half of her money that he didn't even earn. This is embarrassing. Yet I am sure that there will be very little videos on TikTok about how many Black women, just like Candy, are basically getting scammed in these hypogamous marriages that you're getting into with Black men. Black women would rather spend their time talking about the 0.001% of Black women like Onyeka who are getting scammed by foreign white men. Black women's priorities are backwards, and that is why they continue to get got by the men who are closest to them, by the men who look like them. Y'all will go on and on and on about how to vet a Dusty Brad, but can't vet a Dusty Dante or a Dustavius to save your life. And I'm just trying to figure out how many more times this has to happen before Black women realize that this is the risk you take when you legally bind yourself to these dusty Black men who make significantly less than you and you have their children. During this entire marriage, Todd has benefited the most. And if he's successful in getting the prenup invalidated or voided, he will continue to benefit the most after the divorce is over. This marriage was always a disaster waiting to happen, and Mama Joyce saw it coming. We all need to give Mama Joyce her props right now. She said that Todd was an opportunist and she was 100% correct. And there were a few people under my last video saying that Mama Joyce and her sisters led to the demise of Candy's marriage and that they were toxic. And I'm not saying that they weren't. They definitely were not perfect, but they probably just saw through Todd's BS and they didn't like his character. And there are definitely mothers who are haters and try to sabotage their daughters' relationships, but sometimes it really is that they can see when their daughters are being used and taken advantage of by their partners. And even though Miss Joyce is far from perfect, I think she saw that with Todd, and that's why she acted the way that she did. So ladies, let's normalize listening to Black mothers and older Black women in general who warn us against marrying down, especially now when we have several examples of how it typically ends. We're not just old, bitter femcells who are trying to keep Black women single. We're not hating on Black love. We are just demystifying the Black love fairy tale and trying to help you guys avoid these situations that we know will eventually happen. Because y'all go on and on and on about how we keep Black women single, but Candy ended up single anyway. And on top of that, she might end up having to give Todd a good chunk of her money that he didn't earn. And I'm sorry, but that is worse than being single. I would rather be single than have to deal with what Candy is dealing with. And realistically, she was better off being single and avoiding Todd altogether. I mean, sure, she got 2 beautiful children
out of the deal, and that's great. But just imagine if she waited to have those children by a man who was better qualified to be her husband. The outcome may have been different and much better for her. So Black women, let's normalize marrying men who actually like you. Let's normalize marrying hypergamously, or at the very least, marrying a man who is your financial equal. Anything less is too much of a risk. And there's always a possibility that the man isn't primarily there for you, but your money and your resources, which as a woman, that is not your job to provide if you are seeking a traditional relationship. So I'm going to continue to follow this story. I may do another update if things get really messy. Be sure to watch my previous video about Todd and Candy if you haven't already. Also, let me know what you think about this topic in the comments, and I'll catch up with you in the next video.
And Chief Rocka said, Z, just dropped a link to an interesting conversation. They big mad about Todd asking to be compensated. It's giving Federline 2.0. Donation in advance. Don't know if she flags it. I'm sorry, because this is covered by the comments. This will be a Reckless Streams. Yeah, it started off. It didn't know it's a Reckless Streams right now. But we ain't gonna really talk about that right now. So like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat because it is reckless. Yes, we are reckless right now. So go into that, and thank you for the super chat, Chief Rocka. This was from a couple weeks ago, everyone. So let's get to it. This is what equality looks like, Chrissy. This is what y'all could mention domestic labor and all of that all you want, and it's not fair, and that's all you're really saying. It's not fair, and he doesn't look like he does all the work at home, and he didn't earn that, and all that shooting in the gym. That sound nice.
Fair. That's not fair. That is not fair.
All that sound nice. Chrissy, how is this supposed to work? More and more women are entering the workforce. They're being promoted. They're making good money. They even sometimes beat out men for the promotions. White, Black, Latina, Asian, and otherwise. And yet, those same women are supposed to marry up. So women who are earning 100, 120, 150, 200, 250, 300, 350, $500,000 a year are supposed to do what? Marry up to who? Marry their financial equals? Unfortunately for the women, the men are more likely to marry down than the women. So there's always going to be a shortage of quote unquote eligible bachelors for the high earning women. And now what? This is the limit of equal but special simultaneously. Huh? Chrissy, Candy could have waited and dated out, and she still would have ran into this. To be frank, Chrissy, women like Candy just earn too much. God damn, Z. Uh-oh. I wonder why men don't have these type of problems. When they get cleaned out, y'all just sit over there and laugh. Another one bites the dust. Huh? Chrissy, this is the how do the y'all foremothers fought to work if they wanted to work, to open credit cards, to be still seen as equal women to married women. Your foremothers fought for all of that, Chrissy. To not be beholden to individual man or to men in aggregate. Chrissy, your foremothers fought for this. To not be harassed by men, to separate the misses and right, the MRS, the MISS, and the MS. Your foremothers fought for all of this, Chrissy. And this is the cost. You're going to have women, not just black women, but women who will marry a man who's not in the same income bracket, not in the same tax bracket as her. It's going to happen. And if they split up, that man can possibly take money on the way out the door because it's not her money, it's their money. Chrissy, that gendered pleasure is gone. All that, his money is our money, my money is my money as a woman, and his money is our money. Really, it's still my money as a woman, right? That's over. Chrissy, if the women said equality, as we're walking to a more and more, according to y'all, I'm going off of y'all framing, as we're walking more and more into an equal world, you have to appreciate the gendered pleasure of a woman always come out on top financially. That's gone. It's really not gone. Women still be coming up on men, but it's gone. Huh? So the ladies could throw all the temper tantrums and fit all they want.
Fair. That's not fair! That is not fair!
Huh? This is what it looked like. Chrissy, y'all don't get to have 1 foot in special and 1 foot in equal. Huh? Watching women come to terms with this is fascinating. It's fascinating watching women come to terms with this. They struggle with this. Y'all want the gendered pleasure of being woman, being able to perform woman. But then men are only supposed to perform men or manhood in ways that are beneficial to women and only in those specific ways. And when women run into the wall of what that cost, people like you, Chrissy, act like y'all don't appreciate it. Chrissy, to be frank with you, the masses of celebrity black women can't do nothing with no non-black man except get piped and scammed and robbed and maybe deleted. And me and you both know that. Candy wasn't going to end up with no white man worth a damn. Chrissy, cut the crap. I said it, I will say it on a mountaintop with a goddamn speakerphone. The vast majority of black women celebrities included, black women with some money included, ain't gonna end up with no damn white man unless you paying exorbitantly. Chrissy, too many of y'all are too roguish. How Jason Black said, disciplinary problem, and no white man with no money dealing with that. Chrissy, we've been having black female celebrities for a century. Okay, fine. We could start that clock at 1967 also. Chrissy, we've been having black women with money and access to rich white men legally allowed to be married to those rich white men since 1967. Yeah. Now what happens is these black celebrity women began piped by these white celebrity men. You could go ask Rihanna and Ashton Kutcher about that one. Oops. Huh? But these celebrity white men ain't doing nothing with none of these women. Candy been making money. Candy been famous and been making money since the 90s with Escape. Huh? You're my little secret and all that? Huh? Biggie was goddamn talking about them. He ain't saying anything complimentary. I'm just saying. But the lady been making money for like 30 years. Huh? 30 years. You think it's simply loyalty to black men? She's in Atlanta. Okay, fine. You think it's simply loyalty to black men? Candy wasn't going to end up with no white man worth a damn. Huh? And she did. And Trail says Candy wrote a lot of songs for Destiny's Child and others. She did. Huh? And she the one who hit the high note on which song was it with that she obviously would escape. She the one who hit the high note. She could sing. Huh? She been making money for 30 years. She wasn't gonna end up with no damn white man. Chrissy, okay, fine. Chrissy, you have to appreciate this is the cost. The ladies wanted the equality. You got that. Candy is a famous singer from a famous 90s girl group. Huh? For all of us, especially Xers and millennials, some of the younger boomers, we know their songs. Maybe even some of the oldest of Gen Z, we know their songs. She been making money for a while. This is the cost of that equality. She might have to pay up. Huh? She might have to pay up. And Troublesome says, don't forget don't forget they want salad bar feminism. We speaking on it right now. Pick and choose, a la carte, feminism, and patriarchy. Ooh, I want that part of patriarchy, but I want this part of feminism, and could I do a fusion? A fusion mix. Ooh. Huh? Goddamn Dragon Ball Z, Goten and Trunks fusion. Huh? Yeah, salad bar feminism. And that's essentially what Chrissy is speaking about here. And essentially, I didn't see, he's not shooting with her in the gym. Okay, Rick Ross, I hear you. And women are the ones who tend to take care of the homes, and women are and the ladies keep on doing that and saying that. Okay, then ladies, then stop having kids. Oh wait, y'all already not. Oops, goddamn. Huh? And y'all excuse Z's background. Supercar. Um, you know, Chrissy, Black and Latina women who never marry have the least amount of wealth in America. And that's specifically Black and Latina women, Black and Latina childless women who never marry have the least amount of wealth in America. Chrissy, if you're not on the black man's program, if the masses of black women are on the black man's program, they out here. Candy took a chance in a marriage. It didn't work out. When black men and other men take a chance in a marriage and it didn't work out, and they were the primary breadwinner by far, do they or don't they have to pay up? They go have to pay up. And Troublesome, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. They gonna have to pay up, Chrissy. Women don't get to do 1 foot in and 1 foot out of feminism. You gonna have to go all the way. Huh? And Eric Denman says, has Chrissy not found her Dwight McManus yet? I think she's in a little situation with a white dude. She kind of made mention of it. She might have a white boyfriend right now. Yeah, look, Chrissy, for the good and bad of it all, will protect this whole white man worship thing. She could call it expanding your options. She could call it luxury dating. She could call it whatever she wants. Chrissy is about that white man pain. She about being validated by the white man. Now we know, and this is something that Chrissy could never dispute. We talk about black women getting married. White dudes are piping black women left and right, y'all. Most open kept secret. White men are piping black women. Latinos are piping black women. Habibi and them, the Arabs, they piping black women. Huh? When you start getting to South Asians and East Asians, South Asians, if they're around the way, if they own a shop in the hood, they piping black women. Black women are trying to expand their options, Chrissy. They've been trying it for decades, centuries. They've been trying, Chrissy. It's not from a lack of trying, Chrissy. Come to terms with it, Chrissy. It's not from a lack of trying, Chrissy. Do those non-black men reciprocate? A handful of them do. Negligible. You could use this story. You could use this as a cautionary tale. See, I told y'all. Sounds good. Huh? With that, and Mr. DJ says, hit that like button 52 times. I hope people hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? So shout out to Chief Rocker. Chief Rocker, there's nothing much to see here. It's Chrissy with her standard shenanigans. Shenanigans, bro. Yawn. It's almost not even worth talking about because this is how divorce works. However it goes in the court, Candy earns more. Huh? Now let's see if that prenup get thrown out or whatever they choose to uphold or however this goes. He's saying he signed it under duress, which is exactly what a woman would have said. Ladies, and this is not exclusively a black woman thing. Y'all open Pandora's box with this crap. Now you gonna have to eat all of it. Ladies, you open Pandora's box with this because the assumption was that men were going to always make more than women as y'all fought to eventually earn more than the masses of men so that y'all could choose top shelf men. Unfortunately for y'all, top shelf men are out here D-rated for everybody. So some of y'all gonna end up marrying dudes further down on the income scale. And that means that you may open yourself up that if and when that relationship doesn't work out, you gonna have to come out the pocket. Severance package me, please. Huh? Yes, Mary J. Blige too. Yes, yes. Holly Berry too. Yes, absolutely. Huh? What y'all thought? And Eric Denman, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, apparently she made mention of some white dude that she's seeing in one of the more recent videos I listened to from her. It was kind of a blink and you'll miss it comment. Yawn. Right? Ain't nothing to see here with Chrissy. Big Mo says, and thank you for the super chat, Black women won't put in emotional labor to keep their man. That is why they have to marry hypogamously, because they want to have the financial leverage. Yeah. But that's the call. Look, if men are asking women, some of us demanding that women are kinder and nicer and more considerate, right? Not so antagonistic, not so mean, not so snarky, not so just assholish, and get off on it. And the women are saying no. Then if you care to be with a man, regardless of race, you go have to pay for peeing. It's that simple. If you care to be with the man, whether it's one night a week or whether he living in your house, I said it the way I meant it. You go have to pay. If your behavior is not to the liking of the men you find attractive, say it again, Z. If your behavior and your attitude and your demeanor is not to the liking of the men you find attractive and appealing, then guess what? You're going to have to sweeten the deal with some money on the table. If your weight is not to the liking of the men you find appealing and attractive, ladies, you could always hold out for the lottery ticket dream that Chisel Chin Chad or Tyrone or Hector or whoever you into, and that's for women in general, not just black women, that he overlooked the weight. Or you could expedite the process and put some money on the table. And yes, he's probably still going to cheat on you. God damn, Z. Stop telling the truth, Z. Huh? Shout out to Jesse Williams' ex-wife. Oh, God. Z. God damn it, Z. Huh? Ladies, if you go and walk around here with an extra 50, 60 pounds, 50, 60 pounds, right? With the resting bee face and the attitude, and you are a partner at a firm and you making $175 a year, ladies, you don't have to adhere to none of the things that the men on your same economic level are saying. You don't have to adhere to none of that. Either engage in same-sex love and relationship or pay for peen, whether it's a man your same age or older man. It's probably going to be a man your same age or younger, and pay for peen. But stop complaining that the world ain't fair, because the world is fair. It's being fair to you. You just don't like the outcome. You said you don't care what the men have to say, particularly the men of your same socioeconomic strata. Nothing wrong with that. Pay for peen and stop complaining. Big Mo, they go have to marry hypogamously. If they don't want to get married, fine. Guess what? You 47 years old, you better be paying for 27-year-old Tyrone to come through and knock the cobwebs out. You 47, 35-year-old Tyrone is going to be sliding through. You better pay for gas so he can knock the cobwebs out. You don't want to get on the man your same age. You 47, he's 50. You don't want to be on his program. Plus, he looking at the 30-year-olds anyway. 28. Ladies, if you want to move like the men, you can. Buy that PlayStation 5, put gas in his car, sweeten the deal. Huh? Found out whatever retro Jordan's coming out. Goddamn, Z. He in college. Pay for a class or two. Huh? He needs some certs. Pay for the certs. Huh? Y'all want to play this game? Y'all can play this game. Who told y'all couldn't move like the men? The men be paying for classes. The men pay and put gas in the car. Huh? The men pay at restaurants. The men buy drinks. Uh-oh. The men buy new bags. The men buy new shoes. The men pay to get her hair did and her nails done. The men pay for jewelry. The men pretend to be boyfriends at Christmas dinner. Nah, I just slid through because I was afraid that if I didn't show up, that she was gonna stop giving me the vagina. The men do all of that. Ladies, message. So yeah, Big Mo, we know they try to use their financial leverage, but ladies, you gotta go all the way. If you're using your financial leverage, appreciate he might take some of that on the way out the door. Whether you realize it or not, that's in the fine print. He had to practice emotional labor with your mean ass. All those little snarky comments, all the little sly comments that you thought was funny, all those dismissive comments, yeah, go ahead and pay up. All the disrespect, the financial leverage you use, yeah, go ahead and pay up on my way out the door. And Big Mo, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And the Arena Revised says the hypergamy trap. You hear me? Exactly. The hypergamy trap. The ladies are running into what they advocated for. And whenever they have one of these situations, it's fascinating listening to them essentially say this is not fair. How is it not fair? Y'all fought to earn what elite men earn. Candy is a rich, famous singer. She may not be super world famous, but enough people know about Escape. They had some bops. She got writing credit on on some songs, not just from Escape. Huh? So what's wrong with that? Huh? I see what you did there, Trell. And Trell says 23-year-old Dongtavious. I see what you did there, Trell. 23-year-old Dongtavious. Knocking the cobblers out of you and you 35. 37. Should have been married. Huh? Should have been off the market. Okay, fine. You got scratches that need to be itched. Itches that need to be scratched. Huh? Handle that. And we're back. My apologies, y'all. Reckless streams. Y'all already know. But yeah, Dogtavius. Dogtavius. I know Mr. Z still here. Mr. Z still here, everyone. Yeah, Reckless. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Can y'all still hear me? Y'all should be able to hear me now. I should be back. Right. And let me see. Which other one? There was another one. Did I miss? I missed? No. Okay. And Brooklyn Finance says women want all the risk to be on the men's side. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And no one wants to address that. Like you saw Scott Galloway just stick his big toe into addressing it just a smidge. Outside of Anne Marie Slaughter, I don't really see anyone of note essentially telling women, hey, y'all know what equality mean, right? Like you realize like we can't put all the risk on men now. Some of y'all gonna have to walk up to these dudes and risk being embarrassed or being rejected. Huh? The ladies don't want to do it. They don't want that risk of rejection. So they want the gendered pleasure of still being women and being approached. Nothing wrong with that. But when y'all said equality, the men held y'all to that. They thought y'all meant it. Now, Mr. Z know y'all didn't mean it, but enough men thought y'all meant it. Huh? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. My apologies, y'all. Y'all already know Reckless. We're still here. We're still here. Um, and yeah, no. To finish up with what Brooklyn's Finest was saying, yes, the women want all the risk on the men's side, and this is just not us. You know, we had our social contract chapter, and I think I might need to revisit again. What is the incentive for men to sign up for all the risk of not just relationship but social uplift of just Americans to be on the shoulders of the men? What is the incentive? What is the incentive for men to be the ones to approach women? Because what women try to do and what our society tries to do is minimize women wanting their they scratch itched, right? Women wanting to be in relationship, and that's all this is. By the way, I want to emphasize this: it's just a psyop. The well, when the women are single, they pour into their friends and their family. It's all a psyop to say what a men the women have other things they do when they're not in a relationship. You men are the ones who are depressed. You men are the incels. You men are the losers. You men are the ones who live in your parents' basement and scratch and sniff. You're the ones who become violent. You're the ones who lose life expectancy when you're not in relationships. The women, on the other hand, they're perfectly fine. And if they have any angst, it gets relieved in therapy because they're more likely to seek therapy. It's all a psyop to get the men to overproduce and do for the women with little to no anything, and it's just not gonna happen. All right, y'all. So thank you for that, Brooklyn Finest. Thank you for that, and let's do this. Yes, I'm still here, and I just put the link down and like, share, subscribe. And Arena Revise also says, and I almost pressed the ban button by my mistake, Arena. You was gonna be mad. It was like 1 centimeter away. And the Arena Revise says, Venus been thirsting for white men for 30 years and had to settle for a dude worth 1 million net worth. Jesus. Yeah, I think aren't they engaged? I think I saw something on it, and I didn't kind of dig in and put in there. Um, Venus don't want no black man digging in nothing. Um, but yeah, no, I didn't really investigate, but I did see a thumbnail that she looks like she's engaged. So good on her. Good on her. It look. We already know those two, both of them, the sisters, Venus and Serena, have a complex. Everybody wants to minimize it. Everybody wants to talk like it's men in general, and definitely because so they can include black men. Or we expected more from black men. We knew white men were going to do that or talk about them crazy, but what about black men? But no, it look, they have a complex. They have a complex, and both of them have a thing for white dudes, and they both wanted their manhood validated by white men. And shout out to I want to say, who was it? Was it Shay Sade that has the clip on her channel? Well, that where the black girl just straight up said, I wanted my. Oh, no. It's Passport OG. It's Passport OG who has the clip of that conversation on that panel, and the black girl just straight up said, black young lady straight up said, I wanted I wanted to be validated by white men, and she said it in those words. You gotta love it. So that's all. That's all. Venus is, right. Shout out to Venus. That's all. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Right. Jesus. What's going on, line?
Yo, what's going on, man?
What's up with you? No, I'm here. Reckless. Y'all already know.
Being reckless again.
Look, I'm always reckless, as BGS said.
Yeah. It wouldn't be you if you weren't.
Look, man.
At this point. Yeah,
Right.
I thank God that Chrissy video was short. Thank God. I was like, oh,
yeah, bro, it was under, and that's because I sped it up. It was under 6 minutes.
Oh yes, as soon as I said it was 7 minutes, it said 7 minutes. I was like, oh, good. 2.0. Hurry up, speak. You know what? I'm getting tired of women talking about. Like, oh, women do most of the domestic things. I'm like, but yet men still pay most of the bills. Not to mention, statistically, women save $300 to $1,000 per month during a marriage. So there's your pay. There's your payment for all your quote unquote labor.
Look, they're just trying to discount what you do and hype up what they do, so that not it's not just not a divorce thing. It's a overall man woman conversation. They're going to minimize what you do and hype up what they do
I
for
know. I'm
divorce
playing. I know, but
purposes, for all of that. Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
I got you. I know. That's why I'm playing chess. When I bring that up, I'm like, yeah, but you're also saving $300 to $1,000 when you're married. So there's your payment for your quote unquote unpaid labor. Not to mention, men still pay most of the bills and all that labor you're doing. He probably paid for the dishwashing liquid and the detergent and the dryer sheets and the dishwashing liquid.
Hey,
Shut the
a
fuck
thousand
up.
dollars a month is nothing to sneeze at. That's
No,
tw-
they're
that's
three
twelve thousand
hundred
dollars a
to
year. That's one
yeah,
twenty every 10 years. That's nothing to
yes.
sneeze at.
$300 to $1,000 a month you get saved by being married. Shut the fuck up.
Impossible, sir. Impossible. Impossible. The shutting up they can't do. They go and complain. It's a sport. It's a sport.
And that's cool. I'm gonna piss you off to the point I'm gonna make you walk away. Because I'm like, you ain't gonna have no choice because you're not winning no argument with me. You're not winning because there's too many statistics on my side. I'm like, time out. You're not gonna win the argument with me because of the man who used to be married. I was paying all the bills and doing all the domestic work, or the majority of it. So and it ain't nothing to clean up. It ain't that hard to clean. Most places have a dishwasher. It's not that hard. It's not that damn hard to clean.
What's going on, KMS?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I
What
think, I
up,
think,
man?
I think. Oh man, it's another day in paradise. I think the question is, then, I mean, everything you're saying, these women are trying to leverage against, what they bring to the table, but they also said they don't do none of that either. They don't cook, they don't clean. That's slavery at
Shout out to
worst.
Cardi B.
I mean, that's slavery at worst. So that's oppression or something like that. So, I mean, my question is, I mean, what are they bringing to the table outside of appetites in a used box?
And what
And
what exactly did it say that you do here?
yeah, I mean, it seems like apparently where they don't want to do really anything, including having children. Like, this time, they just want to be kept. It kept in a. They want to be kept, but they also want to also say that what they're being kept is a gilded cage. So anytime they're ready to leave with half their stuff, they can say, "Oh, well, he kept me in this gilded cage. I was oppressed by him." uh, Hit by him atrophying all my abilities to do for myself. When they also say the reason why they want to be with you is so they don't have to do anything, and it's to the point that it's. I keep going back to it. There's too much pain in the system. It's such a raw deal that you don't have to explain to anybody. It's it's like me. It's like me trying to sell you. Hey, if you open this door, you're gonna get kicked dead in the nuts. And I don't have to really go into any further than that. You're like, okay, after watching two or three dudes get rocked in their balls about going through this door, you're not going to go into it no more. And that's more or less what's being sold to men at a society level now. I mean, even Galloway, I know he's trying to sprinkle some sugar on this mountain of shit he's trying to push, but it's still shit. So there's going to have to be a paradigm shift on a societal level. These women are bringing nothing to the table, and what they are bringing to the table is just used box at that. Because ain't none of these chicks, the paragons of virtue or chastity. To the point now that where I honestly believe that if a woman, I honestly believe that if a woman cheating on a man is exponentially worse than a man cheating on a woman. I say this just based on what these women are bringing to the table, which is nothing at all by their own declarations. The only thing she only really is there is for exclusivity. You're literally paying for the coochie to be on tap. So if she does cheat on you, she's taking the only reason why you have her there. The only reason why she says that she's going to be there. So it's such a raw deal at this point that it's beyond. I mean, I know we're at the spear of it. I mean, we're at the tip of the spear as far as moving this thing forward, but it's literally beyond us. Everybody's saying that the red pill is dead, and in a sense, I do agree with them. The red pill is dead in the sense that it is now global. It is now commonplace. I don't have to. You really don't have to go into much depth or breadth to explain to any man that this is a raw fucking deal, and that's kind of where we're at. I mean, even to the point to where you really don't have to go into any breadth or depth just to explain to women. Women are mad. The only counterpoint women have right now is that they're mad that you're not going to take the raw deal. They know it's a shitty deal. So
Exactly.
the reason why you can say that, just invert it. All these, you know what? All these women, all these women have money. You know what they're doing? Fine, getting prenups.
Well, I mean, you don't even have to be. You don't have to be red pill to ask a simple question. What's in it for me?
But here,
Like, how dare you?
yeah, no, but here's the funny part though. The thing about it is that we were under the horrible assumption that the chick doing something would be a given or an assumption based on reciprocity. I do this for me, I do this for you, you do this for me. But the problem is that we're like in the fourth wave of feminism. I think the first wave was equality. Second wave was to uh, take responsibilities from strip women of responsibilities. Wave three is to add responsibilities to men, and then I think wave four it's just quick. It's just weaponism right now. It's almost like destroy men at this point. So it's just there's nowhere to go from here outside of A, rolling all this back, or B, a societal level collapse. That's what all is.
But I don't see the
The
red
white
pill
men said,
dying.
roll all this back.
I don't see the red pill dying or going anywhere since because you have people like Scott Galloway trying to sanitize it.
No, I'm saying that the red pill. I'm not saying the red pill is dying as in it no longer exists. I think what I'm saying is that it's dying as in it's now been fused into the male zeitgeist.
Yeah, it's
You can't
become
you
first
can't
language like English.
yeah. Sort of like it's like let's say me and you leave. Let's say me and you leave to go to South America. We in South America for 10 years. We don't see anyone that speaks English at all. We are like in Ecuador or Paraguay. We come back to the States after 10 years. This just to sign the document. Soon as we step, as soon as we step in America, we speak fluent English or we understand it fluent English. That's almost where the red pill is right now. It's almost fluent to this point. I mean, there's going to be people turning 18 every day. There's going to be people getting their heart broke every day. But you don't have to dig that far for it. It's red. Okay, the red pill is topsoil. It used to be underground. It's topsoil now. It's right there. And they can't. It can no longer be disputed because there's too many data points. There's too many women saying the same thing. There's too many women seeing women say the same thing.
The red pill has changed the consensus of how we analyze and observe what's going on. It changed how we looking at the circumstances we found ourselves in and how we appraise the situations that we're in as men. And what I propose is that we enforce the GameStop trading rule.
Oh, no. I think I got a better way to describe it. For the longest time, people have been explaining the red pill as of the Matrix, where you have your blue pill and your red pill, and if your red pill is you truly see how we are as far as in Wonderland, and then the blue pill is you go back to your original life. I think right now where we're at as far as the conversation is the movie They Live, and They Live is a movie with Roddy Piper in the '80s where the dude gets these sunglasses and they realize that the world's not what it seems. The world's really ran by aliens that are really doing nefarious shit. At the end of that movie, he hits a satellite and the satellite beam blocks whatever transmitter they got going over the world. So now everybody can see the aliens are doing nefarious shit. I believe that is where we are at this point. There's no there's no situation. Oh, you need to take the red pill and see how this shit is. It's like no, it is fucked up. Do you choose to either deal with the aliens or not? But it's evident.
And I think that's what the red pill becoming topsoil has done. I think it did that. It knocked down the radio signal for people to see what the deal is, what's going on, what's being offered, what type of situation men find themselves in.
Yeah, it's to the point that where either you're an idiot or you're in on it.
Yeah,
That's
so
more or less where it is. It's strict. Yeah.
So my question is, how do we go forward? Because I ain't living in a house with none of you niggas.
Oh, how do you go forward? I think BGS has a I think BGS has more of a better I think he has a better I'm not say action plan, but it's what it is this is that these broads gonna starve. It's going to we either stare either we this stuff gets rolled back because men have said if you don't get a family you don't get a society, or we face a societal collapse. It's literally it's a systemic thing, and none of us collectively have the levers to pull it. Now, it might be a situation. It might be a race to. It might be a race to the robot. Can we keep fucking these people over until we can get the robots online or not? I think that's the black pill play. But I'm just one person looking at this data. But that what it kind of seems like to me.
Again,
But it really is it really is beyond the women. I don't really think this is just me being very candid and curt about it. I really don't think the women matter. I think women are going to do as they're told because women do not have the strength to enforce anything
yeah,
with physical violence. I think eventually it's going to get cold enough, and you're going to see enough chicks, fall to
KMS.
the wayside.
I disagree.
Okay.
Because they're going to march. They have it. They're going to march. What are you talking about?
You're right. You're right.
They're going to
No, you're
march.
right.
Okay, and
You're
everything's
right.
going to be okay. Okay.
No. Hey, no. You're right. Two well organized, well lit marches for lemonade, and then three TikTok posts. You're right. You're
Michael
right.
Jackson
Everything
gonna
will
fall
be
out the sky. He's gonna do a concert about they don't care about us, and then we're gonna just have a kumbaya moment and a moment of reflection.
yeah. No,
And then
hey, I apologize. I apologize.
yeah,
You're right. You're right, sir.
because if nobody get down and kiss the ring, then what are we doing?
I apologize, sir. You're 1,000% right. We're
Yeah,
just two tick.
how dare
We're just
you? How
we're just
dare
two
you?
we're just two TikTok dances away from these women, getting these men in
Shout out to
line.
Patrice
I I
Cullors.
I I apologize. You were
If
right.
you don't learn
I
that
know.
dance, you're a misogynist.
It's so those things are things that have been
Wait,
weaponized, right?
Leon. I gotta let Arena Revive go real quick. But he been mad quiet. He got in a little bit before you. What's going on, Arena Revive? And then you gotta leave.
Oh, I'm enjoying listening. It's I love that they live reference. But yeah, getting to what you were saying about these, I'm always amused by these division of labor discussions because what gets left out, intentionally or otherwise, is it was men or male ingenuity that made women's work that much easier. My grandmother passed away in 2016. She was 97. She still had her washboard, right? Washing clothes took elbow grease, right? You had to hang up and then you had to hang up the clothes. And to get the water for bathing or whatever you did in the house, you had to go down to the river with buckets, or you had to go down to the local pump, right? Even white women have to do that, right? And those things change with household appliances. And just kind of piggyback off what you said. That's always kind of amused me that this generation of women is about 2 to 3 generations removed from actual physical labor around the home when you think about it. So.
They're ahistorical as hell, so I don't think they even factor that in, unless they're using it against us, of course.
My experience about calling
For
those
real.
ladies dirty foot, so I don't know about that.
Hey, Z, can I hop in for a second? I
Go,
ran
Leon. My bad.
outside. So my problem, Z knows this. The way that I look at the red pill has nothing to do with women at all. And did you get a chance to read that document I sent you
Not yet, but I'm ripping and
about
running.
Marxism? All right, so right when you read that Marxism document in the reverse order from the elites down, I look at the same issue that I have with the particular person that coined what red pill is in this space. Anytime white guys get a hold of something, they want to coin it in a way that in which it's not. Don't tell me that it's about the intersection between men and women. It's not. That's one thing within 100 things of what red pill is. But that's what they did. So I look at red pill as a tool of the government now, especially when it's solely framed about the relationships between men and women. So when I look at right wing guys in Europe, their belief is we have to get the Muslims out of the country. This country belief is the small J's and the Mexicans and the Saudis, and you have all this genetic diversity all in one area, and you add red pill to it. And I just look at it from that perspective where it's limiting you and it's being weaponized. Well, what better time to have guys and women solely focus on each other from their feminist perspective and from their red pill perspective that can align on anything because they've been socialized. And so guys, we're not actively like the silent generation picking up weapons and burning down buildings. We're not. And some people say boomers. I kind of giggle at that and say y'all were kids. The people that really did the work was the silent generation. And on the same hand, women don't know how to raise that within their sons anymore because they're not having enough of them. And this is kind of where I was debating the
Wait, what makes
European
you think they
guys.
want to raise that in their sons?
No, they don't have the ability because you can't. If you're only having one son, you can't sacrifice one to a war. You only have one.
But
And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
let me go ahead and finish. So this is where I was talking to the Europeans about them. You know, we're going to get back our control. And I said, hey, this is your population numbers for kids 16 to 25 that you can send to war. And I told them, go ahead and send them to war. And that's when I made the joke to you about your country's going to look like India in 40 years because they're going to have to replace you with somebody else. Y'all don't have enough boys to engage in war anymore. And I think that's one of the things that I look at as red pill. If you're not going to have three boys where you send one to blue collar school, the other one to college, and the other one to pick up a weapon, you're never going to own the world again. And so I just think the limitations and how the political environment is utilizing the red pill is directly political to separate women and men in what's actually taking place. I think it's weaponized at this point because the white boys are defining it as a relationship between men and women.
But I think it's true. I think what you're saying is accurate and correct. But the basis of it is men and women. Let's just go back to your thing about women not being able to raise these boys to be, we'll just use warriors for just a placeholder. It's not that they know how to. It's that will they want to? And here's the nuance between that is that you can only give someone so much responsibility before they're going to be wanting authority. You have three boys, and you tell one of them boys, we get three boys, you set them aside and say, hey, listen, all y'all going to war. One of y'all ain't coming back. It's almost guaranteed. Okay, I'm risking my life for what? And within this thing, what benefits do I have for having to make the ultimate sacrifice? Women do not want
Can
to
I
do
answer that
that
for you?
because. Go ahead.
Can I understand Europe's history? Those women were having 10 babies and putting 8 of them on the front line. to die for their vision of the Western world. And so when you base it out of that philosophy, you have it right there.
No,
Those
but
women
but
were
but but,
oppressed.
but wait, hold on. But here's what it is though. What did those men get in trade? What authority did they get? Because right now the issue is that the pain in the system is that I'm doing all this for nothing. And let's just hone it down to the individual man and the individual woman dynamic. You want me to marry you. You don't cook. You don't clean. You're bringing used box. You may have children. You may not. I keep you. You don't want to work. I keep you kept only for you to turn around and weaponize it against me that you were kept. You want to be in this gilded cage only that you can complain about being in a gilded cage. So I get nothing out of this outside of me giving you shit. You extrapolate that out to a country based level, and then you have women who can't raise men because those men are going to they're going to want something for their labor or for making an ultimate sacrifice, or they're not going to do it. All those men that fought and died in all those wars over history, they had to give them dudes something. Them niggas got something. Right
They
now,
got the
they're
vote
trying
at
to create.
18, and
They got the vote.
they came back. Yeah, you go. I'm sorry.
They got a vote at 18. They got land. They got properties. They got the ability to tell that bitch to shut the fuck up. They got all, but they got something for it. The problem is right now is that they're trying to get the men online without offering anything. That is never going to work because here's what it is. Responsibility without authority is slavery. But to have slaves, you got to keep their boot on the neck. That's why none of this shit is working. It all comes down to the man female dynamic. That's where it starts. Everything starts with the man and the woman.
You know what you're saying is that I mean to your point, bro, is there's only two ways to get en masse and to scale up getting men to build civilizations. You either enslave them or you give them incentives to legacy. And when the latter is taken away, then that's the only other alternative, and you can either do it physically or psychologically, and that's the point that you're making. That
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but and to the psychological bondage, it's breaking because there's too much pain in the system. There's too many there's too many men and boys seeing too many men get fucked over.
You gonna believe me or you're gonna believe your lying eyes?
No. Yeah, you're gonna believe me. You're gonna believe. Yeah, you're gonna believe your lying eyes, or you gonna believe the own tiptoeing you got to do around women for what?
Your eyes are misogynist, so don't trust them.
I mean, like for real though. I haven't heard that quote in particular, but essentially that sentiment has been conveyed multiple times. So yeah.
Well, I mean, feminism and the normative left. And by the way, I'm a progressive just like you, Z. But it's one of our blind spots is they use misogyny the way the Zionists use anti-Semitism. Everything is anti-Semitism,
exactly.
right? You know,
exactly.
you know, everything is misogyny. Just gentle pushbacks are misogyny. Well, it was Kevin Samuel's tone. Well, Alan Obi, we need to talk. Has conversations.
Arena, did you have your misogyny this morning?
Hey, Mrs. Z, you know I was the one that first coined that misogyny is anti-Semitism. It works on the same framework.
Yes. No, but it does. No, you're right. It does. It does. And at the end of the day, I think social media, the internet, has made it real difficult for them to operate. To be fair, if it wasn't for this kind of spotlight and us sharing our stories and that happened to you in Dallas, that happened to me in Atlanta, that happened to me in Miami, that happened to me in LA, that happened to me in Seattle, that happened to me in New York, that happened to me in Chicago, this happened to me in BFE, wherever the hell in the country. Because we're sharing these stories and we see a pattern. For real. No, but really, you know what? Yes. Yes. As a matter of fact, exactly.
That's where I disagree. That's Z. Check this out. This is where I disagree because we were in a time that I can say shut up on Facebook or say like like, bro, I punch you in the face, but it's in a joking way, like we're talking, and I get suspended from Facebook for 3 weeks. Like, they can literally delete shit just as you say it, right after you say it, right in the moment. We've seen that during the pandemic. We've seen that during any period. So when something's proactively being allowed to be talked about, I still look beyond that simple point, because you know how fast they'll delete a post or
I
your
think
comment and
there is
suspend you for a
something.
month or 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Because what
I
you're
hear
saying
what
is
you're
so
saying. There is
harmful.
something to be said. Real quick, there is
I'm
something to
sorry.
be said about what Leon is saying, which is the conversation is. Here's the conversation is being allowed to happen without enough friction, and that is something to be worried about because what exactly is the end game? I hear you, Leon, but there's another part of that, which is not that they don't have a choice but to allow for the conversation, but I think they're doing this to somewhat directed. I think that's where the Scott Galloway come in.
I think
Scott
I
Galloway
think
and go to
I think what it is really is just that the argument the okay, so like this, like everyone says that I'm just gonna touch on it lightly. The Jeffrey Epstein thing. Everyone says that it was a construct of a former instrument. That instrument was out was that instrument was not it was analog, as in, okay, how to correct this? You talk to someone, you give them some money, you get it in the press, you bury it, the second third. The problem is that that construct of the Jeffrey Epstein, we'll say machine, is in a digital age, as in the analog age was linear, where the digital age is exponential. How it transfers to this is that the corrections they would do for men having their eyes open can't keep up with the digital medium where men are receiving this information. So it's sort of like 2 times 2 versus 2 squared.
whack-a-mole. It's like
Yeah,
whack-a-mole.
yeah, yeah,
They
yeah,
can't.
yeah.
They
Two
can't.
times yeah. It's 2 times 2 by 2 squared. So like you say, so they try to correct it like by two, like let's say it keeps going up, like 2 times 3, 2 cubed, 2 times 4, 2. I mean 2 to the 4th, to the 5th, to the point. It gets to the point where it gets so far away. The argument has to go on because they can't keep up with it. They can't keep up with all the pain that's being implemented. They're not bringing enough benefits for men to deal with the current bullshit. It's getting away from them. It's not an issue of allowance. It's getting away from them.
Z, the best one of the best videos you ever made, bro. Honestly, in my opinion, bro, is the Titanic jump. I assure you, it will flounder.
it will flounder. That's why you mention it all the time. Thank you.
Yes, bro. Because it's like, yo, like this conversation has hit terminal velocity when now it's an everyday conversation for a lot of people. And I appreciate that we have, contrary to popular belief, discernment, because we have dudes like the Sudanese nerd who is making a legitimate conversation and a gripe in an issue that our culture, who is born and bred and raised here, is having. And we're the canary in the coal mine in which the earliest conversation about this happened, where we saw at the beginning, bro, which I'm surprised nobody called it a Mandela effect or anybody try to justify it. If you want power, you're gonna have to take it from me. Yo, Shorty was
Yes.
wilding.
Yes.
Shorty was wilding. And and
I
and
think
and that and that has been taught what's the word I want to use?
And
Taught
uninterrupted.
unmolested.
Uninterrupted.
Yeah, uninterrupted, and then mutated, and now we have Megan Stallion and Glorilla on presidential stages, uninterrupted, making an ass, no pun intended, of themselves.
I think the worst thing. I think the worst thing that really happened was you can't whatever you're supposed to do in a given society. You cannot punish the person for doing what they're supposed to do within the confines of your society. What I'm saying by this is this: there's been too many women coming up on right now saying, Oh, my husband, hey, he was a good man. He was a provider. He was just this, that, and the third. And I left him. And it's my right to leave a good man. So it's your right to leave someone who was doing what they're supposed to be doing.
That
It's
nigga
the
was a
whole guilt.
nerd.
It's the whole it's the whole gilded cage paradox. You want to be a kept woman only to bitch about being a kept woman, and
And
you extrapolate that out, and then dudes are like, hey man, too many dudes getting fucked up doing what they're supposed to do. That's the problem. You got to
He
fix
gave
that.
it an ick.
I think to your point, and the difference now with women who say I left a good man is even the recent past, even the talk show era, we would still consider that a fail or a or an L for everybody. Nowadays, these women get to make the rounds and celebrate leaving their good men. Shout out to TMI, right? So,
He's and here's how that has evolved.
I graduated from marriage.
No. Here's how that's evolved. And now it's like, oh, that was my starter good man. So I got one good man to fuck over. So now when the second good man comes around, I'll know how to do it. I know how to do it right because I burnt off the first good man. It's stuff like that. Like you cannot build a society on whatever you're supposed to do. You're not. Well, I mean, we're going through that right now. Everyone was supposed to go to college, right? Now everyone's getting their heads chopped off. They're like, well, wait a minute. According to society, that's what I was supposed to do.
Learn to come, what they said.
Yo, Z, what was up with that video that you did the other week with people think that they can get unlimited bailouts when it comes to them effing up? Didn't you have a video about that?
That's because of the way they were raised. That's the way you were raised. That like men understand that's not gonna happen. You have to be a real spoiled brat man to think you could pull off constant bailouts, constant back to back to back to back, and without repercussion. But the ladies, and go ahead.
Isn't that an attribute of a single parent household, a single mother household, where you really
I
don't
don't
get your
think
ass
so.
for anything?
I don't think so because I recall listening to Kim Foster, and you could tell she has a real stick up her ass about the word accountability, and you could tell she has this thing where she thinks people get off on punishing people like her when they have a little faux pas. I'm like, yeah, well, if you were a snarky asshole when you were going the wrong way, and we told you not to go the wrong way, then to be fair with you, some people might smile when they see you getting your comeuppance. And
I
That's
agree.
the
She do
part
have
you
a funny
never.
fruit
That's the
pie
part you
looking
never
body. I'm
acknowledge.
sorry.
I'm like, no, the proper term is no. We smile off our assholes getting their come up. That's the difference. Not just regular ass people who we don't know and doesn't seem like they ever deserved anything to happen to them. No, it's the assholes we smile at. The people who literally came out beating their drum, sounding like announcing to the world that they're an asshole.
Exactly.
And for some reason,
And
Kim,
that's the
we
problem.
apply at
that don't register to her.
justice.
No, Nick.
Hey, leave big head, little heads alone, okay?
Whatever.
I think
with that auntie
in the
couch.
postmodern society, what is justice? And who do you think you are to call justice? Shame on you.
Whatever.
Yeah, no, but I agree with Army and Shrimpon. I believe in now we got to be at a point now to where we can call. I mean, if we're going to treat these women like they're equals, we got to really treat them like they're equals. Say, hey, you're wrong. This is incorrect, and you're fucking stupid. So Army and Freepon agrees with me, Mr. Z. We need to start calling these women stupid.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about, Cam. You sound like this is a foreign language. I didn't even know you spoke Spanish. Anyway,
what equal?
But no. Army did say essentially we need to be able to tell women to shut up. Like go and that is something we struggle with because we don't actually mean equal. And like enough of us have bumped up against that wall of varying races. I'm talking about the men to realize, oh, y'all didn't really mean that like that. Y'all meant equal and special simultaneously. And now we get to see how particularly white men are moving about with that, right?
Well,
So
you're finding out that they never wanted equality; they wanted equity.
yeah. And that's why I kept on stressing that a few weeks ago, which is as the women up against the wall of equality and they realize, oh, I don't get this, and that, then they're going to start speaking about equity, which, excuse me, which is correcting for the wrongs and kind of measuring for the wrongs. And the reason why I'm careful on critiquing that, because I see particularly how black women are attaching that to blackness. And I'm like, y'all didn't learn the first time y'all did this? When you do that, you cheapen, and as Compassion was saying, you cheapen the whole black experience and you throw away moral capital over some bullshit. And everybody realize what you're doing. You playing fast and loose with these rules.
It's too late now, because that's
Yeah, I mean,
now we got this black fatigue trend going on.
It's very it's very what they're doing is disingenuous and it's very fracturing because it's a situation of where it leaves a lot of black men in situations where, okay, do I got to choose my manness or my blackness? So if I choose my blackness, I'm gonna be tied to all this bullshit, and I really don't want to be tied to all this bullshit. It's ultimately going to undercut my manness to a point where it doesn't matter me being a black. So I'm not even getting the benefits of it's to the point right now for black men to sign up for some of this bullshit. You don't even really get the benefits of it because you're like, okay, you're black, but you're not a man, so it don't even matter. And
So I
so the
said what
bull.
you're
So
saying a couple months ago.
We need to afford.
yeah.
Real quick, because I said what KMS said not a couple of months ago. I'm sorry, a couple of years ago. Exactly what you're saying, KMS. It puts black straight men in particular in this interesting spot, and black women are doing this just, and white men to a certain degree too, but not as much as black women because they're just so you know overt and out there with it. Either you side with us and follow our lead as black women, and that's what makes you quote unquote black, or you follow them racist white dudes over there, and then we know who you are, and like that's the tone, right? That's the attitude. It's either you, as Tiffany Cross said, you get in line with behind black women, or you align yourself with the racist, misogynistic, sexist, capitalist, neo-colonialist Donald Trump and them boys.
And here's why
You
when
go ahead
women are
with the.
Go ahead, Kevin, and then you got it. And then you got it.
no, you're right, and here's why when women are complaining about how it's cold outside, I'm like, bitch, you better kill that bear and make a fur coat. Is because it's because if I got to choose between me being a man and me being black, knowing that if I choose being black, I'm going to be yo bitch. I gotta go with being a man. I have to go over there because if you run in a stomp down gynocracy, man, I ain't got there's nowhere that for me to be because I don't give palliative care. I don't give leadership when you're tired, or leadership when you agree with me, or leadership when you don't want to do it, or leadership because you got something better to do. No, I just have leadership. If I'm going to be if I'm going to be carrying the burden of responsibility, you goddamn right I'm going to be wielding the authority of leadership. That's just how that goes. But there's nothing over there as far as really the current political statures of blackness in America. There just isn't. All of it is that either you're a black woman, which is black women, not even girls. Just black woman is the apex of blackness. Everybody else get their ass kicked. Black girls get their ass kicked. That's why they want to be women. Black boys get their ass kicked. You also know black men get their ass kicked. There's nothing over there for anyone unless you are a grown black woman.
I mean, the way I look at it,
wait, y'all. Let's let Vince go, and then we got better you. Go ahead.
Well, I look at it a different way.
Well,
I look at
yeah,
it.
you ain't Vince.
I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead, Vince. Sorry, dog.
Go ahead, Vince.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna be brief, man. Look, again, I think we need
Vince
to
definitely pulled little brother. Hey, that's not what Dad said. Go ahead.
Yeah, but look, black man needs to install the GameStop trading policy rule because we get diminished rules of return. So that means we need to make equivalent exchange. We need to adjust according to the market. Second of all, I think as men we have to realize and consider that we have our own right to choose and make decisions. So they say either this or that. It's like, hold up, you're not giving me my options. And then it's like what it sounds like it's saying, you have to choose between picking my side or choose the side that Myron Gaines and them is trying to get to the side of. Because that's what it seems like you're choosing. No. And the tool, and one thing we also got to do, I like what Z says and what he said we should do. We should let them talk. And then once we start talking, we ask them, okay, now repeat to me what I just said, because now we're going to test if they're listening or are they actually remedial in a sense. Because how are we going to come to agreement when we don't understand, when one of us aren't understand what the other one's saying? Because guess what? Words mean things. So we just can't be saying things and saying, do it, give it to me now. It's not how it works. I'm not. We shouldn't be negotiating with terrorists. We're not negotiating with Angelica Pickles. We're not negotiating with Princess Azula from the
No,
Airbender.
Rugrats
No.
and Avatar.
That's okay.
Yeah, because that's what's giving up. I'm not. I'm a grown ass man. I'm like to my own devices. I'm not finna do that, especially now that I realize that there's a trip bag waiting for me. Like no, like hell no. For what?
I
Yeah,
mean,
they're saying
I put it this way.
we regulate your agency,
Yeah,
and you
I
don't
put it a
regulate your
different
own
way as
agency.
KMS
Yeah.
said. I put it a different way as KMS said.
Wait, Lionel, wait. Go ahead, better you, and then you got a line, and then I think Arena Rivas was trying to say something too. So go ahead, better you.
Yeah. Ooh, wow, that's a big gambit from brat to batshit crazy. But I really came just for one thing because I'm not gonna troll and say KMS was right, but I did hear what Army was saying, and I basically came
Look,
up
I
here
don't
to
need y'all
say
coming up here telling me KMS is right.
Vindication.
I'm not
Vindication.
saying it. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But I did come to say I can confirm that KMS is correct.
I need to get that book. I need to get that book.
Well, no,
I ain't saying that he's right. I'm just saying that he's correct.
I'll double down on it and I'll echo KMS's sentiments, but I put it a little bit more raw. If you say yes, you're a bitch to the matriarchy. If you say no, you're a misogynist. Make a decision.
Thank you. Yes, very concise.
I'm not
I
saying
would
I
much
Sounds
agree,
be.
pretty
but
I
I
would
accurate.
much
understand.
rather be a misogynist. I
I'm
would
you,
much rather
yeah.
give me the
Shout out to
T-shirt.
Chris Rock. I'm just saying I understand.
I'm just saying. At the end of the day, just give me the. You know what? You might, if that's what it's going to be. You might as well. You know what? Just give me the T-shirt. Just give me the T-shirt. Just give me the T-shirt. I'll be a misogynist. That's fine. I would much rather be a misogynist with the chance of getting my head cut off than being a bitch at my knees.
Hey, being a bitch, you
Yeah.
getting castrated. Go ahead, Arena Revise. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what he said. Go ahead, Arena.
And not a whole. I just want to let you know, Z, that I sent you something in your email about a minute
Okay.
and 45 seconds ago. So just check on. I'm mostly listening. I'm new to this circle and new to your space, so I'm just kind of taking things in and listening, and you know.
Okay, so these are the rules. My monologue, I don't use profanity, but I use a whole lot of sexual innuendo, and I sound like a 12-year-old that's about to hit puberty. And on my when I open the panel, we can use profanity. We just be mindful of obviously people might be listening. When I say people, I mean the alphabet boys. So we don't do threats. We don't really speak about violence. We don't, just protect the channel. That's pretty
We
much my
did not
rules. I'm not.
advocate.
Go
Ooh,
It's
ahead.
like
see,
it's like
you
the
know
NFL.
what?
It's like Roger Goodell says about the NFL. You must protect the shield.
Yes, they just protect the channel and be mindful that you never know who's listening. Other than that, I'm not too much of a stickler. We pivot sometimes. Sometimes I'll try to bring us back to the topic, but usually when I bring up a panel, we're freestyling on this stuff. But you try to stick to the topic loosely, but it's just how
And we
how
know
should
how.
you say it, popcorn style? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know how the gender grievance industrial complex amplifies
I'm still in
one
that
little piece, right?
the gender grievance industrial complex. Oh man, that's
well,
good. That's a good
well, I coined that 12 years ago. I don't know if you guys know. I worked with Obsidian with at a Voice for Men. I was an editor for about
Oh, okay,
3
okay, okay,
years.
okay.
Yeah. So I wrote a lot of pieces and took on and that's where I first used the term. So yeah, I used it in reference to Stephen A. Smith when he first when the Ray Rice thing was going on, and he says, I would never hit you're a woman, but we have to tell women not to punch men too. And then they isolated that part and suspended him, and all the dog whistles happened. So
Oh yeah, typical.
And that was actually a very pivotal moment too. We have all of these pivotal moments where men are made to shrink and then bow to the almighty state gynocracy. Whenever one of these situations happen, I remember what you're talking about, and I remember that I'm not a big sports guy. I don't really follow, but I remember that situation, and I recall thinking to myself, but what did he say though? Like, what did he say that was so egregious? And that's what it was. It was telling men not. It was telling men not to be human punching bag for women.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have it both
Break
ways.
yourself a little
If you say a man, no matter what, no matter the situation, cannot respond, because I always say, at what point does a man have the right to defend himself, right? Not beating women to death, but at what point does a man have a right to defend himself? Now, he said that he used the phrase similar to know your place, and that was a trigger phrase. Know your place. My place is anywhere I want to be. Well, if you say that men should not hit you under any circumstances, then by definition, I know I should not punch a lion because a lion's going to bite my fucking head off, right? Literally, okay? So at what point do you realize that you have to know your place when it comes to physical aggression and triggering that fight or flight mechanism in men? And they can't answer that question. And so their response is to just demagogue.
You sound like you want to transgress against God, sir. You sound like you want to transgress against God.
No, that's good. I mean, I agree, but then you start asking other. I got to the point I just started asking real hard questions. I was like, okay, so you don't need, because I keep hearing this notion about you don't need men. Okay, cool. So why don't you go build your civilization without men? What have women accomplished as a collective without the help of men? And why aren't you doing that?
I think
you don't even have to do that, because let's say, you know what, women have been here. Women have aided and abetted men throughout human history. I've got one better. Instead of having them start all over, in Mr. Z's ideal world, if we were to keep on with this type of conversation between men and women globally, whatever, I would say, you know what, we all jumping on space shows. We leaving y'all. Don't worry, we already got the humanoid women that's gonna have our children or whatever. We gonna create new women. And y'all go ahead and have the planet. Go ahead, y'all got it. Because I know they can't maintain it.
That's true.
Like that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, it's not like
I think
the material from us anyway.
If there was an Earth 2.0, same distance from its version of the sun, its star, I would all right, ladies, you want this? Don't worry about it. We'll leave y'all to be we'll be up to where y'all are in about 2 centuries, if even. Like exactly. Especially with the knowledge we have now, yeah, we'll be where y'all at in about not even a century, to be honest. But
it presents itself every time there's a natural disaster. I live in the state of Washington. You know, roads are falling down because things are getting saturated up here. And who are you going to dam these waters, to backfill these mountain roads that are falling off a cliff? When there's flooding happening, who's going around in boats rescuing people? It's men. So they know they just have too much cognitive dissonance at times to associate that with masculinity and their need for men, right? When the grid goes down, exactly. When the grid goes down, when you're in that home making $5,000 a day online, and the grid goes down because of storms, and that transformer breaks, who's out there? That linebacker, who's a dude, right? Otherwise, you're gonna have to,
Exactly.
All the time.
No, what you're saying is important because I took a trip. Me and my lady had to go to a wedding in LA. It was actually not in LA. It was in Riverside. Last year, and
that's
so the up and down roads in the we're in the East Coast, so we're in the Southeast on top of that. So there's no mountains up toward the river, especially South Florida. There ain't no mountains. So going there and then seeing, as you were saying, Arena, seeing the pieces of the hill falling off, and like seeing men, hard hats, being the ones to scoop that up, right? Like that, for women not to appreciate that, like the whole, practically your whole highway system, your railways, all of this, all of your bridges. Who mans? Funny enough, who mans your freighters? All the stuff coming in from China, Taiwan, you know what I'm saying? Malaysia, Singapore, Japan. I'm just, hey, what exactly would you? Okay, fine. Even the luxury goods. Who's flying those planes for the most part? Who's manning those ships for the most part? Your internet and Ethernet, your all those cables that's crossing the Atlantic and the Pacific. Who's laying those? Just saying, you know. Your
That brings
satellites,
I
all of
just
it.
found out
Go ahead.
that's how the internet looked.
Yeah.
It goes through the ocean. Yeah.
That's how the internet looked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, what you're getting to, Z, is when you talk about incentive. We're back to incentivizing men to do these jobs, and when we ask the question, why are there so few black men nowadays in the trades and doing these types of jobs as opposed to yesteryear? Offshoring is one thing, but also we have our women saying, "You blue collar niggas ain't shit," to a degree that white women, particularly in the South, aren't saying as much, and especially Hispanic. I lived in Arizona for 26 years, and do you know how many women who are realtors, congresswomen, the mayor of Tucson? I mean, Regina Ramirez. I mean, these women have plumbers as husbands, right? Because when they come in the home, I've noticed they turn that boss bitch shit off a lot of times, infrequent, to a lesser degree, to a greater degree than our sisters do nowadays. So the incentive structure for men to take on these positions, I can just be a streamer and make this kind of money and get these kind of women, when they're telling us the 95 dudes ain't about shit. So that's another bit of soft power in our communities that's kind of turned things to shit, and we're losing institutional knowledge amongst the men in our communities to know how to do these things, and the downstream effects are starting to present themselves. So
let me say this real quick, because I know my background is noisy. Let me hear up and get this out. So I would argue, it's going to what Arena's saying. Everybody has heard me say the most Americans in America are Black Americans, ADOS, right? And so if what was subtly said and suggested over the past couple decades has been this turn to white collar professional work, nothing wrong with that. The goal was to be professional managerial class, right? Black women who consume the most media and mass media and social media in America, you gotta believe that they got 10, 20, 30, 50 million doses of that message, more above and beyond anyone else, even though the men, their natural partners, were the ones to least likely get into those fields. Okay, fine. So of course they're gonna look down on blue collar, even though granddad was blue collar. Granddad paid off houses and sent kids to college off of those blue collar jobs. But they're gonna look down on it because the message was white collar, right? So yeah. So of course they're gonna do that. Go ahead.
Of course it's cognitive dissonance. Grandpa don't count. That's grandpa. Grandpa get a pass.
Our granddad didn't exist.
Granddad worked for the city for goddamn 30 years, 35 years. You know what I'm saying? Paid off a house. Paid off a house, raised 2 sets of families. Oops, wasn't supposed to say that part. Right, side chick and all, side family. You know what I'm saying? Like granddad did all of that with a city job and working Christmas at Walmart or some shit. And right, and for those same people who benefited from dad or granddad to look down on those same, which, okay, fine. Every generation is supposed to quote unquote elevate, right? But quite as kept. Look, Mr. Z was white collar at one point. Hey, some of these junior paralegals are not making the money y'all think they making. We dressing nice. Hey, Mr. Z was super fuego. Y'all ain't never seen somebody more fresh in your life. With that, ask me how much I was making. Ask me how much I was
Did
making.
you have a pair of Ferragamos, Z?
Look. I had the fake Agamos, but no, I'm playing. No, but no, not Ferragamos, because I wasn't earning enough for Ferragamos at that time. With that, oh no, like Aldo, I lived in Aldo. If it looked like Ferragamos, I could get as close as I can with a label that's not as that's not as prestigious, but not as like looked down upon. Yeah, oh no, I stayed in Aldo, I stayed in Zara, I stayed in all those stores. Every paycheck. Ask Z, what was he buying for who?
You mean
For
these
compliments. Look, I couldn't afford those back in the day. I couldn't afford those back in the day, Louis. But yeah, no, I say all of that to like emphasize, look, there is nothing wrong with white collar. I never looked down on white collar brothers. I was a white collar brother. There's nothing wrong with blue collar. I appreciate that what the ladies are actually talking about is status. That's what they're really talking about. And as human beings, we are status conscious creatures. I appreciate that. I know that. And I know why the ladies are saying that. But there's a cause to that. Like, I think what we're dealing with are people that have notions and ideas that end up biting them in the ass in the long run. And they don't really know how to come to terms with, but this is what you said you wanted. Like if you say, oh no, I want white collar because I want to present a certain way. I want to drive a certain car. I want to live in a certain neighborhood. I want to be perceived a certain way. There is nothing wrong with that. But if it doesn't work out for you, or if it's taking longer than what you hoped it would take to meet this person or to live this life, then whose fault is that? The women would turn around once again, it's Jermaine's fault. But no,
Mr. Z, I'm telling you, bro, they gonna hit him with the genjutsu, bro. I promise you, that's what they gonna do. They gonna walk him down. I ain't never say that. That was never me. Watch it.
Yeah.
Watch it.
I think what grates on us is black men more than anything else. Z, is to your point when you talk about the professional managerial class, blue collar workers, and all the permutations in between, is that we as black men have cross-cultural, cross-class fellowship in places like the barbershop more than any other group, right? I mean, you'll be hanging at the barbershop, there'll be a judge next to you, a CPA next to you, and we're all a guy who runs a security firm, and then, you know, a teacher, and we're all talking the same shit, man, about...
You mean like Mr. Z's panel right now?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, you were talking about Riverside. I go there twice a year because I went to high school there, and me and the brothers, we get together and hang out and have some food, man. There's one guy who's a millionaire who retired at 48. And there's another guy who used to be a city manager. There's a guy who's a bus driver. I'm a CDL driver. I mean, we're just all over the fucking map, and we just all kick it, man. There's an electrician, you know. We all hang out, and to it kind of it's kind of anathema to this sort of superciliousness, this sort of class-based superciliousness is sort of anathema to us as black men, because we know we're only one false step away from dropping down, right? There before the grace of God.
Very
you know,
true.
Sharon Moore had the biggest crown jewel job, one of the top 5 jobs in college football, and he'll be lucky to get a high school job for the rest of his life now.
You know why I'm glad that you said that, Arena, because so I want to say, was it Skrill? Was it somebody in the comments said one time, and I think KMS kind of said this too once, which is like, bro, the way life is, you one step right away from like certain, like not certain death, but poverty and shit. And I think because black men in particular never had the guardrails. Black men have been bowling without the goddamn guardrails from the jump. Before America's inception. And so because we know we could get a gutter ball by no fault of our own in life, I think that gives us a certain level of humility. Like, of course, the entertainers, the rappers will make you think that we don't have this humility. But when I run into everyday black men, professional white collar black men, blue collar black men, because I'm in contact with a bunch of these folks. I can't tell y'all what Mr. Z do, but some of y'all kind of already have an idea. So I see these people. And if you get into small talk, you see a certain level of humility, humanity, and I think it's because we appreciate that all of it's perilous, right? At any moment, right? As even Chris Rock said this at a stand-up. He got his bags next to the door just in case one day they come and get him. He said this in a stand-up, and he was already a multi-millionaire famous.
I mean, brother, I just went
You
to
know?
I just went to North Carolina a week ago for the first time ever to see some family members. I went to a bar one night because I wanted to get out a little bit, and I fell into a conversation with a brother that's a software engineer and a real estate owner who used to play for Duke University, and you know, we're in different fields. We do different things. We fell in the conversation, and that happens to us as brothers everywhere we go. We can fall in the conversation with. I mean, I can go to England and we can. You'll go to Brixton and people will, giving us hugs and brothers hanging out with us. So when we hear our women say, look down on working class men, it really, like, to your point, I'm being repetitive. It does grate on us, yeah, because we know how quick it can happen.
Yeah.
Before you go, KMS, let me say this one thing. Let me give Better You his credit. Better You says that was me a couple of degrees from being under a bridge, no matter where you are in life. And there you go. Better You just got out the cold yesterday. He still got frosticles on his eyelids.
Yeah. I think the common thread between all black men, particularly in America, is that I can go to the gentleman has been eloquently explaining. I talk to all up and down the strata, and every black man I speak to, the same thing. It says more, and that's the same thing. Hey, man, I'm gonna let you know I'm playing this game on all Madden too. Wherever I am in this economic strata that is Americana, I am playing the game on all Madden. Everything is hard, everything extremely difficult, complex. I don't have no wiggle room for error. It's not a situation where I'm going to get penalized I'm not going to be penalized for the crime. I'll just get penalized because I'm black. I'm a black man. Let me make an example out of you niggas. So we all have that commonality, understanding that, hey, however you got to wherever you got to, I know you had to fight your ass to get there. So I think there's a undercurrent brothership through struggle that black men have, because no one's giving us anything. Because once again, we can't even capitalize on our blackness, because once again, for black men, you're gonna be a bitch if you really capitalize on your blackness in America, as on how it's being pertained right now.
Has any brother here ever had a woman tell you you're not thuggish enough?
Yes.
Yep. Every single one.
Raise hands.
Yes.
I've dated black women almost predominantly, and every black woman told me that I thought you'd be with white women.
I had one girl tell me that too. I'm like, yo, what do you mean?
I've never had, so I have with KMS. I've had that throughout my life. Like, everybody assumed I was going to pull up with any type of non-black, probably white, but any type of non-black. But I haven't had, you're not thuggish enough or hard enough or any of that. But essentially something said similar-ish, but not overtly like that. It's been kind of implied, kind of suggested. And I found somebody that's square like Z. So and that's a gearhead like me, but she like muscle out like imports. But either way, but that definitely the oh, you sure you're not into white women, or you? And it's a weird way. You know what I see it as? I see it as black women rejecting themselves off top.
Yes.
When they see how you speak and how you conduct yourself, and they're telling themselves there's no way you're into black women. But what they're really saying is, you don't look like you've been indoctrinated by the gynocracy.
That's
you
what
don't
they're
look
saying.
like you adhere to gynocratic rule and norms. That's what they're really saying.
It's also
but they hide it behind, you got to date. But, go ahead.
It's also saying you're not in no type of compromising situation.
That too.
Yeah, well, no, that definitely comes with the statement. That definitely comes with the statement. But at the end of the day,
because
But
the irony, the paradox, as Dr. T said, in our generation, I'm Gen X. We were told your forefathers were such pond scum that all you have to do is just be better, and they're going to be, like Sarge would say, they're going to be Kerry Washington's lined up around the block for you. And then you go to college and you go to a dance, and you see girls.
Sarge Willie Pete says that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it. It's like, yo, you see girls from hoods just like us, and they got dudes from 85th Swans and East Coast Crip coming to the dance. I'm like, really? Okay, all right.
I want to say this, and one of the gentlemen said it a moment ago. being indoctrinated is the compromise situation.
Basically,
If
bro.
not, if nothing else, that's why that is why they say that. Oh, you're not like the others. You're not. There's not some. You're not trying to deprogram something. It's never been programmed in you. Oh, you must like white chicks. You
You
must like
can
this.
see, man.
That's all I'm saying.
Bro, I'm telling you, it's like having a shower gun. You can see, bro. You can see.
Well, you know what? I'm just going to embrace all this shit because no matter what, I'm always going to be the villain. It's always going to fall on me no matter what. So I might as well do what the fuck I want.
You are Bane, my man. You
I
are
don't see
Bane.
black men in the.
You're breaking the darkness.
I don't see black men as the villain. I think that's how white men and certain wayward black women. I don't see black men as the villain. I see us as the anti-hero. We're not the villain. We're the anti. We're the other side. We're the cool guys. We're the ones that if you shouldn't be here. You definitely shouldn't be considered by any woman in the society. It should be white men all day, every day, twice on Sundays. And the fact that black men have been able to and this is the fault of white men to a certain extent too, by, as Sarge said, by essentially making black men the proverbial bad guy no matter what, or and so it automatically gives even the squarest black man some edge to him in popular consciousness. So that's, and I think we should embrace that. I think we should embrace the anti-hero archetype.
Say
to be
good
fair,
night to the bad guy.
right?
Yeah,
So that's what I feel.
I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you.
Never mind.
Exactly. And you save who you want to save. You do for who you want to do for. And it could be indiscriminate. Right? You could let a family member fall and then save a stranger. I think we should embrace this, because as white men turn feral because they mad that nobody's bowing to them like that, and white women turn feral because that white womanhood shit getting smears on it, black women turn feral because they never got to be white, and all these other hoes turn feral because they never got to end up with a white man. I think black men should be there, not poking and laughing at everyone, but definitely being the anti-hero and be like, well, you see, like, right, with the shoulders up, shrugging, like, well, you see, if y'all would have listened to us, maybe we wouldn't be in this position. I'm just saying, right? And
appealing to their reason, appealing to their not poking fun at them, but appealing to their reason, and maybe a few of us will choose to assist where we can.
Exactly.
If we feel like it.
If we, thank you. Exactly. That part needs to be stressed.
Exactly it. Yeah, when we feel like it.
Well, damn. Yeah, let me read this. And Edward Shivers says, oh, 99 cents. And thank you for the dollar, sir. Thank you for the dollar. And thank you for the super sticker. Right? And Edward also says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, with your $5 donation, you too can help a little Haitian Negroid take reading classes. Hysterical. Look, Mr. Zika read. We could read. We just fumble and stumble and not, well, we don't crumble, but we fumble and stumble over certain words. Right?
Repeat after me. V. Repeat after me. Phenomenal.
Phenomenal. I can pronounce it. I'm not gonna tell y'all the words that I stumble on that my friends in high school used to make fun of me on, because I would argue because I've caught a bunch of people up. Every first generation immigrant born and raised here, there's at least one word. There's one word they gonna stumble on and the accent come out. You're like, oh, God damn it. Right? My friends used to mess with me with one word. Everybody got a word. You just gotta find it. Everybody has a word. Sometimes it take you years. You've been friends with this person for years, and you finally hear him say, you be like, oh, there it goes. That's the word right there.
Yeah,
so yeah.
There's certain diphthongs, for example, like with I speak a couple of Slavic languages in the past, so it's like, but there is no th sound in the Slavic languages. So when you have those words like the, they say the, right? You know, when they have a thick accent, and sometimes the ones that have been here for a generation or two, once they go back for a little bit and they come back, they'll stumble on those words too. So there's certain sounds that don't actually cross over in different languages. So I get it. So
it's true. But yeah, man. What else we got? So yeah, no. I played Sarge because I watched Sarge kind of struggle with this over a decade, really. I was here for his back and forth. Who else did he beef with? I'm forgetting somebody very important that he went back and forth with in the early days. We talking about like 2000.
Stylistic.
Okay. Yeah. Did you put that in the comments? I think that was yeah. Yeah, because I remember
Stylistic
those
is the
days. I'm
one he
like,
was.
damn.
That was his main foil.
Yeah, yeah. But I was here for Avenue Rant because I used to listen to Avenue Rant more than Sarge actually. Um, um,
Loved Avenue.
and yeah, and because to me, Avenue had a more. He was a brother on the come up, right?
Yeah.
So he started
Yeah.
from the bottom. He had a very tumultuous upbringing and everything like that. And I listened to Sarge too just to get the juxtaposition and everything. And it was important to have those two brothers at that time, given the perspective. But I want to say around Trayvon Martin, that's when Avenue Rand said he gonna focus on some other stuff and kind of jump offline. And for the most part,
Yeah.
I haven't heard from him since then.
Well, here's the thing. When you mentioned Avenue Rand versus Sergeant Willie Pete, and Sarge being being more of a suburban cat, I think the contrast between Avenue Rand and Sergeant Willie Pete is the contrast between the college brother who grew up in the suburbs and the college brother who grew up who also grew up in the hood, right? Avenue
Yes,
Rand
exactly.
understood like Sergeant Willie Pete just saw black people in mass as at the end result when they were probably fully formed. He started dealing with black people, black women on a regular basis once he got to late in high school, maybe into college. We've seen them in their natural habitat since we were 2, right? So we know the good, the bad, the
Exactly.
ugly, and so we can have a much broader picture. As much as we love them, it's not misogyny. It's sometimes disillusionment and critique, and we know where it comes from. Sarge Willie P did not grow up with a black girl at 7 years old punching him in the face, right? we have, right? Just because you had a smart mouth and you outsmarted her, right?
That's
We
exactly
know
what
that can
happened to
happen
me.
in the
Or
hood.
she liked you. Or she liked you.
Or she liked you. Yes, exactly. It's like Dr. T said. It's we learned to accept it as a love language. Don't hit that girl back. She like you, right? Yeah. So yeah, there's a contrast. I think that's where Sarge's blind spot is. He doesn't understand how baked in certain things are because his family was one generation removed from that.
I think you're right. I think, and it still shows to this day. I think he's gotten way better. I think obviously, we get older, we mature, and Sarge is older than me. So I think with the conversations and the videos and how blatant, like women weren't as blatant about this shit like 10, 12 years ago. Not this blatant, and not as much, but you know, with high speed internet on your phone and Twitter and Facebook and everything access on your phone, especially YouTube. Oh no, now they showing their ass, and I think it, even the Sarge Willie Pete's have to come to terms with it. Even the what's his brother name on We Need to Talk. Alan, yeah. Even Alan, you could see like he had to. He's still in the purple pill space, but still, even he had to come to terms with like, hey, bro, like, okay, some of these bros, it's like you can't do nothing with them. And this is the thing I really want to stress: it's not dependent on class. Very highly educated, like the Kim Fosters of the world, not by look, but by class position. Women like her are the ones who should be with a Sarge Willie Pete, but she's a fucking asshole.
And
You
she's
see what
not
I'm
that
saying?
smart.
It's true indeed. But so it's not even necessarily because I think we over-index on talking about the hood chick, which is true. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm saying we over-index on that, and we give the Ebony K. Williams chicks a pass until they're so goddamn blatant.
The
And
bougie
the Kim
asshole.
Foster chicks, yeah, like these are very educated, very intelligent, well spoken. I know Vince's Kim Foster's not that smart, but very well spoken, smart assholes. And to me, they cause equal damage, if not worse damage, than the hood chick because they know what they're doing and they're doing it
Man,
consciously. For them, go ahead.
Brother,
Go ahead.
we've been talking about this political situation with like like Jasmine Crockett, for example, right? So I'm in a group chat with about 6 other brothers, right? And 3 of them are from St. Louis, and I've come to find out that Jasmine Crockett is not from Texas. She's from St. Louis, and she went to the most upscale schools in St. Louis. So this ratchet aspect, I don't know where she got it from because Cori Bush was a congresswoman from Ferguson, and she was the most pro-black woman in Congress. But she didn't put on that that hood neck roll but I mean, but she stayed on code when it came to policy. Crockett just, she just wants to be the performative, masturbatory
But
puppet,
very
right?
important though.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
yeah.
What did it cost Cori Bush though?
Mhm. Well, the difference with Corey Bush is a small hat scholar. So I mean, that's the difference, right? They redistricted. They put $8 million into a congressional race and got a sellout
Exactly.
to not grab.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And you can already
yeah,
see Jasmine Crockett is pivoting so that doesn't happen to her.
yeah, yeah.
I think that Jasmine Crockett got it from an auntie house down the way.
I'm sorry, brother. I didn't hear you.
I said I think she got the act from her auntie house from down the way.
No doubt.
She was the suburban cousin that came to grandma's house every other week, once a month.
Well, you know what? So much of it gets amplified. I remember being in Tucson, and if you want to date black women in Southern Arizona, you have to be intentional. And I was very intentional about it. But I used to run events, and there was, there were photo shoot events, and I made a concerted effort to also try to really include a lot of young black women in there as well to show them they can do this too. And there was one who was really cool. Her name was Shanice, and she used to say, "I gotta go." One time she told me, she's like, "I gotta get home so I can watch Basketball Wives." And I'm like, "Why do you watch that shit?" I don't want to watch that shit. I don't watch black women in their best evening gowns throw champagne flutes at each other. Why?
Because the women want to watch drama. Understand something. For the most part, outside of the dude that they have sliding through at 3 o'clock in the morning, most of these women live very square lives, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's preferable if you're trying to be stable. With that, they watch these reality TV shows because this is their drama. This is their soap opera. So the soap operas are for old women. These fake ass reality TV shows, that's for the quote unquote younger women under the age of like 50, 55, 60.
Yeah.
Anyway, but right, so that's their drama.
But that's what
and
spreads
they
it to
that shit up.
that's what spreads it to these suburban girls who are growing up there. They think, oh, this is what this is how we should act.
And this goes right back to what you said about Jasmine Crockett. That's the appeal. That's why even if she grew up in a different type of environment and she knows better, this is the appeal. That's how she showed her sister girl bona fides.
Yeah, black female culture. Yeah, black.
But
Yes.
think about what this look like with the youth, and why boys are acting like, "Nah, I'm good on these jumps," because younger women are applying that while they're in high school. Now they're fighting the slap box in the hallway and throwing pencils at each other and whatnot because of the examples that they have in the media, and boys being like, "Not only she mean, she violent."
Well, they always thought we were lying until YouTube came around, right? When people started having cameras. Cameras protect dudes. It's sort of like people thought NWA was lying until the Rodney King video came out. Ooh, that happens every day.
Exactly. No. And so that was my whole thing. I don't know if you ever heard me say this, Arena Revise, and I've been saying this for years. The internet will expose us all. And that goes exactly to what you're saying now, which is YouTube and social media really changed the conversation, because it just showed that, look, America and Europe and the world have been on this project for a couple centuries, but really over the past century, essentially putting women back into the workforce. We know in ancient times they were working alongside us, blah, 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 blah. With that, and putting women back in the workforce, giving them the vote, getting rid of certain culture amongst white men mainly of harassing women in the workplace, all that stuff, groping, all that weird stuff, right? Okay, cool. And so what was supposed to happen were the women were supposed to pick themselves up and still get married while also being working women. They weren't supposed to resent being working women. They weren't supposed to price their vagina out the game. They weren't supposed to do any of that, but that's what they did. So now we find ourselves in this position in society where our birth rate is going down across the planet in developed nations and developing nations, actually. The women, particularly in the West, resent being working women while also loving being working women because it allows them, it affords them a certain level of autonomy, but then they still want to be subsidized, right? Shout out to compassionate subsidized autonomy. And so we're here in this. So when I say the internet will expose us all, it's showing that the women's behavior. When I reviewed the young lady A. Marie that was on Oprah's show with Scott Galloway, and I emphasized her facial expressions, right? Because I saw a bunch of people review this, and they weren't speaking about her face and how she looked like she was dying inside. She went up there, she I would argue she lied about how well her and her friends are doing, not having men. And then when Scott Galloway said, "You go, girl," and that's right, and you know the men should follow in your footsteps and follow your example. She died inside because that's not what she actually wanted to hear. The internet will expose us all is me saying this is the other side of what the mainstream discourse is saying. The mainstream discourse is speaking about incels. The mainstream discourse is speaking about violent men when they're not coupled up with women. That's the mainstream discourse. But on the other side of that, when y'all tell us, oh, the women will pour into their friends and family, are these resentful, bitter women who are angry at the world, who are unhinged, who are angry because they thought the degree and the middle management job was gonna equal some type of paymaster man, but that's quote unquote self-realized and actualized just as mumbo jumbo for kissing her ass. And because the women aren't actually finding those men, or at least the men that they want in a certain package, they're throwing a fit. And so the internet will expose us all. If it wasn't for the internet, if we had to rely on traditional media, mainstream media, you would never see this. It would be happening, but how would we know about a woman in a Walgreens or CVS knocking stuff down and having a full blown temper tantrum, throwing stuff around the store? How would we see a woman at a coffee shop, white women at a coffee shop, banging on the desk like a little toddler? You wouldn't have seen that if it wasn't for the internet and social media.
You know
The
what
internet
the
will expose
social
us
media
all.
allowed us to do? It allowed us to reduce the amount of gaslighting, especially as black men were being, given, because
Say that.
our reality is often discounted, and
Truth, truth.
we even in the law, even in the law, where we weren't allowed to even be witnesses in a crime or whatever like that, and everything like that. Like we couldn't even testify. So like we get to the point where now technology has validated people's experience, so they can actually what's the word? I think a cost for the type of issues that they've been having. So I think since the camcorder has came out, it has been very helpful to validate the experiences that black men experience, from abuse to abuse to all kinds of abuse.
Abuse. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
we
let's go to that. It
yeah.
was you had Walter Scott. What that was in the Carolinas, right? You had Walter
Mhm.
Scott. You got to see the police plant the gun next to him, right? Like you got to see him running away, clearly not posing a threat, back to the cop, running as fast as he could, which is wasn't that fast, and you got to see the cop shoot him anyway, and then lie on the docket about it, right? You got to see that, right? We got to see why Sandra Bland, I would argue, I don't care what they say, was deleted because she was sassing. Sass that a black man could deal with because this is what we do with black women. That was level one sass, and the white man couldn't take it. And next thing we know, she's unalive in her jail cell. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's what the internet has exposed. The internet has shown us, because of the internet, we got to, well, they played it on mainstream media, but we got to hear what I would argue was the cries of Trayvon Martin, right?
Yes.
Like you get to see those things because of social media and the internet, and it has made it a bit more difficult. And body cams on cops that you know black folks have
Philando
fought
Castile.
to make
Philando Castile, Minnesota.
Philando Castile. Philando Castile is another one, perfect example actually. Philando Castile, Eric Garner, you get to see these, and the reason I slowed down on watching them for my own mental health. I can't believe I just said that, but true. Um, with that,
mental health
I
is real.
still, no, seriously though. But the reason why it was important, and as Vince was saying, because it allowed for people to stop telling us that this is a figment of our imagination, and that we're
Yes.
lying, or we had to do something wrong, or something along that line of thought. And
You
now
You
that these
remember?
things are
niggas
being
that
caught on camera, these people have to change what they're saying, and essentially what we're dealing with with not just women but the entire society as black men is a society that's telling us, well, okay, and
you niggas
right,
Yeah,
are
you niggas,
exaggerating.
you
Man
niggas.
up.
yeah,
How
All
many
you
of you
got
guys
is
are?
excuses.
How many of you gentlemen are old enough to have watched the OJ trial in real time? Do you remember the police officer Mark Furman and
I
the
remember the
way they?
police. I was a child, but I remember Mark Furman.
Yes,
Yes.
but you remember the recording they found of him talking to the writer and saying everything that comes out of a nigger's mouth is a lie. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the culture, right?
Hmm.
That's the first thing
Hmm.
you have to
Hmm.
know. Everything that comes out of a nigger's mouth is a lie, right? So that's the culture we were dealing with.
Pretty much. But now that is superseded by God and technology. If people believe in God. I believe in God. But God and technology.
It's
So
it's
it's the
yeah.
great
So,
equalizer.
so now they moved the goalpost to it's true, but you niggas are misogynist, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah. Yeah.
but
No. No.
first, it skips right over.
Mhm. No. What you're saying is important because that is where we are now. It's a new value set that needs to be also factored in, and the value set is he a sexist? Is he a misogynist?
You
And
niggas
if
are
he
oppressive.
is it really that bad that he's dead? I mean, like, if the if we don't approve of whatever comment, like he had how many Twitter comments, he had how many videos, and if we don't approve of the comment or the video that we're going to hyper critique, then isn't it okay that he's dead,
What did his
right?
8th grade
Bullet
girlfriend
bag.
think of him?
Yeah, bullet exactly. Keating Jade. Keating Jade said that. Yes, bullet bags. And her excuse was these niggas was calling all type of whore and all type of this for what she said 3-4 days straight or whatever she said. And when I finally called them bullet bags, then all of a sudden and what she said and I, look, woof, 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 woof. Almost lost it there.
It's past the 20-minute
Look,
mark, V.
look. I know, but I was gonna say something. Yeah, I got to reel that back. Look,
Okay.
And then you point out to them
I
that the most coarse, misogynistic rap music lyrics are the ones that the have you ever heard the live version of "It Ain't No Fun If the Homies Can't Have None"? That's
yeah.
about running a train through a chick, and the women are the loudest singing that damn song.
But when women like
when they,
when we're the women that we're speaking about though, Arena, the Keating Jades, I don't know if they listen to that particular song. The Keating Jades, this is
you'd
their
be
thing.
surprised.
No, I'm not saying that she doesn't, but this is the thing with women like that. They're and this is what she said. Essentially, we should also consider verbal abuse. And because I reviewed her speaking about this on Olay's channel. And I said, Keating JC, what ends up happening, especially with black women, they say this shit, not appreciating how verbally abusive they are, initiating a conversation. They say this without appreciating their tone concerning black men. They say these things because so they're smelling their heart so much, their own heart so much, they don't appreciate you opened that Pandora's box. Now let's say we actually had a black delegation, a black court, and all that other shit, and I was to hold you to that and say, you know what, you damn right. From now on, we're gonna consider verbal abuse abuse. How many black women would be in jail compared to black men
But
for
wait,
verbal abuse?
you're supposed to be a real man. You should be able to take someone talk to you
You see
like
what I'm
that.
saying?
If you're not, you're
You
just
see what I'm
soft.
saying? They would have to move the
But that's
goalposts.
not
Go
abuse.
ahead, Socrates.
It's not. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the same thing that gentleman said. It's a two-tier system. So women are not held to the same standard as men.
Yes. Yes.
It's not abuse. See, it's not abuse when we do it. Just like
Exactly.
it's not jungle fever when we do it. It's swirling. I love language.
Right.
Exactly.
You know, I was an English guy, so I remember the movie Jungle Fever is a pathology, right? It's a sickness, fever. You know, it's something you have to get well from. Swirling. Who doesn't like a nice swirl? You think of vanilla and strawberry soft serve, right? Who doesn't like a nice swirl, right? So all these sanitized terms for what is essentially the same behavior.
Cool when you do
Yeah.
it. It's a problem when I do
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Women can only be sympathetic figures.
So that's why this notion about equality, when they talk about equality, it's like Orwellian. You know, they have this, they use the same words, but they have a different dictionary. When they say equality, they mean equality only in the things that they want, only in things that preference them. That's what they want equality in, like jobs, positions, legal, some legal stuff, etc. But they don't want equality when it comes to anything that can be turned against them. They don't want equality in anything like that.
It's
The
cool when
first
you do
person
it.
who was
It's
a
a
media
problem when
figure,
I do it.
the first media figure I ever heard say women only want equality when it's convenient for them, he used those exact words, was Tom Likas back in 1989 when I was like 17. That changed my life. I was like, he said that? What?
Well, consider this. If you tell a woman this, tell a woman this. I mean, I would recommend it. So take this in stride. Right. But if you say, who has more rights, men or women, legally speaking, they'll say men.
Yeah.
That's objectively not true. Women have
Yeah.
all the rights that men have and particular gender specific rights that only they have.
You know how you pose that question and you really get them stuck? And it's the same question, but you say, give me one right that men have that women don't. And
Oh,
they'll
yeah,
freak.
yeah, I'm not saying that men and women
Yeah.
have the same rights. I'm saying women have more rights than men.
Yeah, yeah.
They have
Yeah.
more. So what you're saying just exposes that they don't have less rights. Men don't have more rights. I'm saying that women have more rights. Prime example: women get preferential treatment in family court. Women don't have to sign up for the draft. Women get deference when it comes to physical abuse or domestic violence. If a woman punches herself in the eye and says you did it, you're immediately not given the benefit of the doubt. You get arrested. You're removed from the home.
Green,
Um,
green,
Yeah.
Green Gorilla had covered all this, and the reason why. Legislation is the reason why. You go back
Governance
to
feminism is called. It's called governance feminism. Yeah.
it what is it called, like the doctrine of the best right of the child or something like that. That go back to like the 16,
that's family
1700s and
court.
stuff
That's for
like
family
that.
court. But there's more.
Yeah.
There's I think the loose model. Excuse me. So that if both of you are drunk, she can consent, but you can't. So somehow I don't know how that works.
Right.
But if
Correct.
both of you are
Correct.
drunk, she can be violated, but you can't be violated.
And she
How?
grab your meat, you should enjoy it.
Correct. Matter of
Correct.
fact, if you're drunk and she's not, you still can't say that you were violated.
Mm.
They don't
Yeah.
believe you.
And they probably call you gay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's society would call you definitely gay. Society definitely would call you gay.
You
That's
turn
why I like
down
this girl.
chicks. What's your problem?
This girl on Instagram. She goes by C Murder, and she talks about how you women, when you get drunk, y'all become rapists. Y'all become rapey. Y'all start grabbing people all the time in a way that men do not. You
Well,
know?
absolutely, absolutely. Listen, man. Listen, I don't. This is one of the things that rubbed me the wrong way because the way women behave themselves and get away with it, it really rubs me the wrong way.
Mm. Yeah.
Because they have what Z called negative liberty. They have the the ability to cross that line that we dare not, should not, because we're violating the chastity of thou that art loose.
There was a
So
time when I would go to a club and my behind would be grabbed so much times that I didn't even turn around anymore. I just let it happen because it was
Socrates, read this
literally
super chat for me, real quick,
all right.
because I wanna speak on this because this exactly I know about it.
China is banning dramas because of the Chad picking up the plain Jane trope. China is not playing.
Exactly. So why this is important, and yeah, I saw a segment about this too. So yeah, so essentially, America banks off of these Cinderella tropes, right? And while China says no, we don't want you to be delusional. The likeliness that some freaking rich Chinese young man, 28-year-old, 27, 25-year-old, is gonna scoop you up and you come out the village somewhere, it's not gonna happen. So we're not even gonna tell you that on TV. Where in America, they motivate women with that. Hey, go to college so you can be closer to this type of guy. Be in these type of spaces so you can be closer to this type of guy. Signal to him that you already got it. So buy these type of cars, live in this type of neighborhood, so you can be close to this type of guy. So that you're faking it till you make it, so that you can really make it with him. So where America banks off of that, China's like, yo, we don't even want to give you that complex. America's like, fuck that. We're gonna give him the complex and we're gonna make money off of it.
But
There you
here's the
go.
kill. When you get to college and you see how they actually playing and running around, you be like, oh, y'all playing that fantasy
When you get
game
to college, you
loosely.
run into Kavanaugh.
Well,
Look,
at least Cinderella used to be chaste in the
Good point.
in
That's
the old
funny.
telling
Good
of it,
point.
but in the new telling of it is Pretty Woman, where she's a whore. Right? I tell every young man, I was like, forget about what you call red pill content. I was like, if you want to get a young man to understand how modern women act today, just pick any 2 seasons of Sex in the City and let them watch it straight through.
they
You'll
worship,
see everything.
bro. No matter what station in life a woman is, as long as she had cable and she had access to Sex in the City, they worship that. Like
Bruh.
my current girlfriend right now, as great of a woman as she is compared to a lot of other women out here, she bring that up like it was nostalgic times with her other homegirls. They binge watched it like that. They took notes from that, like how imagine us as dudes taking notes from The Wire. That's what they did with Sex in the City. Like the way dudes take notes from the Red Pill, the blah blah blah. They took notes out of Sex in the City, which was a fiction based off written, scripted fantasy bullshit. Like they really
we can all
worship it. That is
we
that,
can
that
all be on the clock carousel for 15 years and have Mr. Big waiting for us in the white dress at
their
37.
playbook, their playbook, the operating system that they're running off is Sex in the City. My ex-girlfriend did the same thing. Sex in the City is their playbook.
Listen, I'm one of the probably the few men alive that's seen every season of Sex and the City.
Damn.
Yeah, I have. Educational, very educational. And the reason I did it is because it's to understand women, right? And I always tell men they should watch it. They should watch Sex and the City if they need to understand women. Because once you watch Sex and the City, you become convinced there is no reasonableness or rationality with the creatures. Because the whole entire season, all the episodes were absolutely ridiculous. Like, Terry,
AV, can Homeboy share a few minutes giving us some of his notes on some of his cliff notes on Sex and the City?
Yeah. But let me play this real quick because Dr. Dizzle says Claudia Jordan, I've been dating since 1900 something, and since Salt and Pepper came out. So let me play the clip for him. Wait a minute.
For your night. That's a very pro woman, amazing, like strong, independent woman. But might I add another angle? I would feel like, why the hell ain't no one trying to scoop me up to save my life? Am I ugly? Are they better looking than me? Like, why are they getting saved and I'm over here working, taking on extra shifts now because she got Richard Gere that came and scooped her up and now she got an easy life and now I got extra corns on my toes and my back hurts because no one's saving me. So you have a very positive attitude. I would have been a little bitter like, why the fuck? Why not me? Why not? I don't want to be irresponsible. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of the goddamn cape. Somebody save me. I want to be Julia Roberts on Hollywood Boulevard in cheap shoes when some guy comes and saves me. I have worked hard since I was 14 and I had to pay. I'm sick of it, Erica.
I do understand.
It's a thankless
I understand
job
what you're
being
saying.
classy and independent. It's thankless. I've been dating since the 1900s and 80 something, and I'm still single. I'm tired, Erica. You found your man. Don't hate. Let me live it. Let me vent. You're off the strip. I am still on it. I'm in the trenches, and it sucks. I'm sick of being independent. I fucking hate paying for my fucking Range Rover, my other car, my mortgage insurance, my freaking cell phone, computer, Wi-Fi. I am sick of it. I need some guy with bad health to jump on in and interrupt and say, let me take you off your shift. You've been working hard enough. So that's cute what she's doing. I'm not doing that. We are different. I am tired. I've proven myself. And it only impresses other women. She's like, oh, that's amazing. My friend's independent. These men don't care. Come and save me, some chic, minus the dookie. Just please come and save me. I'm tired. I'm tired, Erica. I don't want to do it no more. Where's my Melania? I want the Melania Trump plan. I'm sick. I've proven myself. Since 1988.
At 88.
I'm tired. I was 15 out of paper route.
Damn, that's a long time.
72 clients. 30-cent tip for some of you bastards in East Providence, Rhode Island on 2nd Street. I remember I gave you papers 7 days a week, and on Sunday you gave me a 30-cent tip. I'm tired. So I'm glad it worked out for you, but I'm not there.
Being a strong, independent woman since 1988 is a lot, Claudia.
Since Salt and Pepper came out.
That's a lot.
I'm tired.
Damn.
So yes.
Damn.
Excuse me if I'm a little frustrated. So I envy the girls that got taken off the pole, so to say.
Nobody said nothing about no damn pole.
But metaphorically.
Yeah, nobody said. Well, my point was, because here's the thing. The point was that This is a
Take off the cape, Erica. We lost the election. We're not doing this anymore.
I'm not.
Soft life. Hookers are winning.
All about. I no.
Hoes are winning. Hookers are in the White House again. First lady, if you will. I'm over it. It's no one cares. Nobody cares about independence anymore. But it's, I respect it, but they don't.
I get it.
Why I love that clip is usually when Trell is here, he'll say what do you say? Take off the cape, Erica. Yeah. He'll say take off the cape, Erica, which is hysterical inaccurate. Right. So,
I wonder
yeah.
I wonder if Kim Foster found her embarrassing.
She wouldn't dare say it.
Good point. No, hell no. But Claudia Jordan take her head off.
Yeah.
Claudia Jordan is not
What's going on, BGS?
Hey.
What's going on, BGS?
Hey, what's happening, y'all?
OG?
Hey, you know that what Sex and the City was actually based on, right?
LGBTQ folks.
Yeah, 4 gay men in New York. That's what it's based on.
Yep.
Had to be. That's the only way it makes sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, it makes sense.
If you look at it, they act like 4 gay men.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And not to mention that in the show, you have these 4 mid women in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
Of a guy named Big who only sleeps with models. He only sleeps with models until Carrie. Carrie's the only non-model that he deals with. He gets married also to a beautiful model-esque woman, but cheats on her for who? Carrie. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
It happened. Well, you know, a lot of guys, a lot of your really rich guys do marry 5s and 6s as wives. And
I won't say
LGBTQ when they named the character Mr. Big. I'm like, bruh.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, that is true.
I will say, I grew up in the '80s. Kim Cattrall, in her peak, was
she was
at the top. She was at the top of the food chain. She was in her 40s by the city.
I would say probably the early '80s, late '90s, but by Sex and the City, and I'm not saying she's not that attractive. I'm just saying she's not as attractive as a woman that even in the show. How she met Big when they were dating, he was dating other women, and they were all models.
Oh, you're talking about what's her name? Yeah, no, you're talking about Kim Cattrall, the other one, the blonde chick.
Oh, Carrie Bradshaw. Carrie Bradshaw.
Yeah. No, Carrie Bradshaw was Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yeah, she was
Jessica Parker. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Kim Cattrall. Yeah, Samantha. Kim Cattrall was a stunner in her time.
Yeah. What's her name? She was always mid.
Yeah, BGS. You and I grew up around the same time, so. You probably agree. Nobody thought Sarah Jessica Parker was at the top of the food chain.
No,
when we were
not at all. Not at all.
We were like, for the white girls, it was like Phoebe Cates, Kathy Ireland, Pam Anderson, right? She wasn't nowhere in the top.
They had to do a lot of work for her. They had to do a lot of work with her to make her look decent.
But that's why I think
the average girl they exalted her.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think because she's a small hat, I think that's why she got the role.
I think so too. I think so too.
There's no way she should have had that role.
Yeah, Sex and the City is very bizarre. It's very bizarre because it's so outlandishly unrealistic, even for New York City. Even if you do live in the Upper East Side and have the money and have the class, it's still ridiculous.
For a woman, that's how come it wasn't based on women. It was based on 4 gay men. And for gay men that have sex like that, that's very typical.
Yeah.
Gay men have sex like that. Go ahead.
Yes.
You know, Z, you spoke of Kandi Burruss and all the access she's had to high status men, black and white, for the past 30 years. When you played that Claudia Jordan clip, being the age that I am and being a big time music fan,
she's another one.
Her.
I know.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, the most iconic, maybe. I mean, the most iconic slow jam of the year 2000 was probably "I Want to Know" by Joe, and she was the lead. She was the lead actress in that, right? She was the lead girl.
I remember.
And she was.
I remember.
Yeah, and you were probably lusting after her as a kid, right? I mean, we get it. So, and she was top of the food chain. She was right there with the Melissa Fords but unlike those women, Natasha Ellie and Nicole Rica actually parlayed their access into marriages with
her and Ebony K. Williams are the same kind of people because she was a pageant queen.
Yes,
but she don't have the personality to be a wife.
I always found Claudia Jordan obviously attractive. She's funny. She's witty and she's funny. And she just ain't a wife.
She's also Claudia Jordan's also a dude. Okay.
Yeah.
I will let her buy me a
See,
PS5.
when you say that BGS, you see when you say that BGS, look,
He cuts right through it,
kill you,
man.
just kill the erection right there. Just
Yeah.
just kill it.
No
Really,
chill BGS. No chill
really,
BGS.
really, the homegirls that are dudes like that are actually have give you some of the best sex, okay? Because there ain't no games, okay? I know a lot of chicks like Claudia Jordan actually got married, so I don't know why she's not married. Because chicks like her get along with men, should get along with men, but she's a
Corey,
dude.
so I'm gonna have to review it because I made reference to it a few times.
Yeah.
Corey spoke to her about this on RMC radio. This got to be like, oh my God, 2012, 2013 or something.
Yeah.
And so essentially she was trying to buy dudes, which okay, fine. She wanted her a gorgeous man, and she spoke to Corey about this on the show. And apparently, I guess it never worked out with this type of dude. You know?
She was buying PS5.
She has a personality. What's her name? What's the model's name that was in Spider-Man? She's a dude too.
Oh, homegirl, the one that's with oh my God, the mixed chick, the super light skin mixed chick.
Yeah, and I think homeboy's her beard.
Both.
Yeah.
I think it's both.
I think it's both.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
Tom Holland shit.
Tom Holland, yeah.
Zendaya. Yes, thank you, Dr. Dizzle.
Zendaya's a dude, okay?
She's
I look
cute.
at her.
She's cute, but I see it. I see what
Nah,
you're saying.
man, I disagree. To me, I agree with BGS. She's not feminine at all.
No, she's not feminine. And she can play the part is because she's trained to. But once she in her person, she tell you in her personal life, I don't act like this. Okay.
She remind me.
I don't think she even acts like that on screen. I think she's
That's true.
still
It still
somewhat
comes across
masculine.
as masculine. Yeah, she does. That's why she's so
I think
popular.
she's definitely bisexual, at least 100%.
Probably so.
She reminds me of Will Smith.
I think her and what's his name are engaged though now, right? Aren't they engaged?
Yeah.
Aren't they engaged? I think they're engaged now.
Yeah, that happens. Okay. What do they call that? What kind of marriage?
Lavender marriage.
Lavender marriage. Yeah.
Lavender, yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong, man. I know. I was shocked when I first saw my first lavender marriage, man, because my uncle was gay, right? And the dude he was messing with, okay, he was on the softer side, right? And so we got invited to his house to have a party, right? And guess what? We walk in, he's got a wife and two kids.
Get out of here.
Whoa.
I believe it. I believe it. I believe it.
Whoa, you? And I was in my early 20s too. I said, whoa, I'd never seen this coming.
There's a pun in there, BGS. But
I didn't see it coming. I heard it, but I didn't see it.
BGS, fuck, I'll say it. But no, you know what? No, I have a Latina homegirl that I've been known for over a decade. I've been known her, and yeah, two of her uncles, and they were married to women and kids and all, just like you said. Yeah. And both of the uncles are now on some LGBTQ thing.
Yeah. That was very common back in Rome. Okay, if you can be LGBTQ, but you still had to get married and have kids.
You still had to.
They didn't care. They didn't care whatever else you did, but you
it's still the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still the same way in the upper class. In the upper class, you can't get your inheritance if you don't have kids. Yeah. Who cares about your sexual orientation?
No, you gotta do your duties. Yeah.
But in these days, why was Zendaya and Tom Holland even do a lavender marriage when everything is where it is at the moment? You think it's like a class or family thing?
It's called image. Gotta have an image. Okay, he's a superhero. He's gotta have an image.
And in ancient Greece, they had something called pederasty too.
And she has to have an image too.
Oh, because he's not Miles Morales. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah,
I see what you said. I see what you did there. Vince is like, if it was Miles Morales, they'll let him be LGBTQ all day. Nigga, you ain't white. you go ahead and be LGBTQ. As a matter of fact, we would love it if that was the situation for you.
He's got Spider-Gwen, so he's all right.
Hey, can we elaborate a little bit more on the premise of the Sex and the City thing a little bit more for us younger men who didn't watch it?
Sex in the City?
Yeah, before you came on, Homeboy about to share his cliff notes on studying Sex in the City to understand women a lot more.
I don't think that
modern women. Modern women.
Yeah, I don't think the cliff notes that would present would do any justice to the real experience of what I mean. You will have to be mentally strong because
Okay.
it's horrific. But
If
watching it, yeah,
if you study uh, if you study what is it, LGBTQ men and how they have sex and how they interact with each other and the loose sex that they have, right? That's modern women, okay?
So what you're saying is women adopted this the
The
sex
whole,
and mating strategy of
yeah,
LGBTQ culture.
LGBTQ, yeah, the whole phase. The whole phase is LGBTQ, okay?
that's correct.
Wow.
Very loose, very loose and as long as
Very
yeah, very loose and very lots of partners and stuff like that. Some
Yeah,
very
chicks have like 75 to 100 partners. Okay,
very
Sammy, the
Western.
only
Yeah.
75 only.
Well, the whole phase being,
yeah,
I would push back. I agree with you, BG. It's the whole phase being that extended
yes,
for 10, 12, 13 years because,
yeah,
typically you would see particularly a lot of white girls who were in sororities.
yeah,
They would do their thing in their first freshman. They gain the freshman 15. They go
yeah,
and have some beers and go
mhm,
club. And
yeah,
then by the junior year, they're pairing up with somebody from Sigma Alpha Epsilon who's on
yeah,
an accountant track whose daddy owns 5 retail stores, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
She's going to get that
So
MRS by the end, by the tail
Yeah,
end.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. As long as you have, as long as you, well, they know that. As long as you have,
yeah,
but
as long
that's
as
very
your
that
pedigree in shape, okay,
but
your
yeah,
that's
body
yeah,
count don't matter. Go ahead.
but
yeah.
so what I was going to say because I was trying to make a joke for the last 15 seconds. That's very Western European like as far as
Yeah,
cultural
go back to
practices
Rome. It goes
because
back to Rome.
because people's sexuality and sex patterns is culturally driven and influenced. But then when you throw in the college culture and what they do and stuff like that, when you
Hmm.
think about it, it's very on brand for what he just
Yeah,
said.
yeah,
That's very
yeah.
on brand. That's where the puzzle piece rightly fit. But then when you apply it to black culture and the things that we, well, we're not a monolith, let me say that. But the things that we variously believe and how we identify, that's very not on brand.
You you
That's
mix
not very
you mix modern women with slave culture, then you get the modern black woman um, because white women don't believe in getting pregnant like that and running and getting an abortion. They believe in protecting themselves.
right.
Okay.
They believe in the pull-out method.
No, they believe in taking birth control, IUD,
Oh,
all that kind of shit. They don't take chances like that. Okay, you can shoot up at me all day long, but guess what I'm
but
gonna do? Yeah,
but
black women don't believe in that shit.
yeah, I would argue that even though I would be a loser argument because we all know that modern birth control is the last 50 years. But then at the same time, they did have different herbs and different methods to have abortion. So
Or they would just
Yeah,
bring, or they would just exile you,
or,
or they
or,
would exile you.
or they would, but but most black women still had, I think the average black woman still having 4 and 5 children per woman.
Mm,
That's like they push for abortion.
yeah,
But
and the whole thing, yeah,
my mother told me that black women didn't get birth control till like the mid-70s.
yeah. My
Let me read this from
yeah,
Indigo real quick. And Indigo says, so it sounds like gay dudes be screwing like straight men would if it were easier for
Yeah,
the
it would. Yeah,
average man
yeah,
to get
yeah. It
sex.
would,
Hell yeah.
exactly.
Bro, so everybody knows I work for the Florida Democratic Party. Real quick, no, short story. I worked for the
Mhm.
Florida Democratic Party, and and so one day we had like this house party, whatever, at one of these people's supporter housing, which is like when you work for the party, people because motherfuckers have money, so they have summer homes and shit in Miami, and so people pretty much leave their house to the volunteers and for us that work for the party, and so
Mhm.
a fairly good looking Canadian white dude. And like
Mhm.
this other dude was flirting with him, and like you're not really registering it because you
Mhm.
forget that you're
Mhm.
in the Democratic Party, right? So
Yeah.
so and so I'm watching them plan shit for the end of the night, and like when it finally registered, like oh because I'm like hey so how's it in Canada? How the women in Canada? I'm literally asking this gay, well how's the women in Canada? And and he was like yo Alex da, 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 da. And then I just turned around and was like and said to Z hey he and I'm like oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
you're
Then I
gonna
turned around to
offend
Alex like,
him.
why didn't you tell me that before? I was like, because I thought you knew. How would I
Mhm.
know?
Yeah.
Right?
Z, you're gonna offend him.
Right. Just say that.
And this is one of the things that I have against the LGBTQ community, not necessarily the sexual orientation, but the applications of the lifestyle and arrangements they make because of their sexual orientation, and then that influencing heterosexuals because you cannot transfer it. If you have a couple whose entire relationship is predicated on just orgasm and sexual exchange, that's not the same as a relationship that's predicated on family formation because the sexual encounter can produce children. That changes the dynamic completely. A person who has a situation where the sexual activity leads to children has to think about other things. Who's going to pay? On cooperation, roles, etc. When you just get your rocks off, you don't have to worry about this stuff. And that's why trying to bring homosexuality arrangements or culture to heterosexuality is going to ruin things.
Okay, the thing is, because I was deeply involved in this kind of shit, right? Because we used to go back and forth with this kind of stuff, right? Before gay marriage was actually legalized, right? Okay. Well, we were telling the gay people, okay, see, we have a circle about who can become so-called normal, right? And if we extend the circle to allow you to be normal, are you going to protect the circle? Okay. So they got in, but guess what they didn't do? They didn't protect the circle. So they got trans
And
and
here
all
go
the
the
other kind of crap.
teas. Yep.
Yeah. All
Yep.
got the other kind of crap
And the
that's coming in.
peas.
Yeah. So now they went from gay to queer. Now all this trans stuff and all this other kind of stuff is coming into the circle because they didn't protect the circle.
And the peas.
Yeah.
The man boy lover club.
Yeah, that's next.
Yeah.
In fact, California is going through that
Well,
shit right now.
To your point is the odd thing is the people who tried to sort of protect the circle were, oddly enough, the lesbians. They called them TERFs, trans exclusionary feminism.
Exactly.
And they tried to exclude them, right? I remember because remember, before the right wing got hold of the trans issue and used it as a wedge issue, and that happened when Leah Thomas, that swimmer, started beating the piss out of all these top flight women in college, right? It started with people like Martina Navratilova, who's this normative, a Democrat and lesbian. Her best friend was Renee Richards, who was a trans athlete from like 50 years ago, right? And Martina was like, "No, this isn't right. You shouldn't have biological men." She's as left as you're going to get. Nancy Hogshead, who was a swimmer in the 80s. And she was going with the data. So just look at the data, but they would not platform her because they wanted to caricaturize it as a right wing issue. And now they got hit over the head with it because it was actually the lesbians and women that were trying to protect it. And then, like to your point, BGS, everybody else did not protect the circle. And then and now we have problems. People don't understand that they're, people like to leverage these accusations against other countries. You know what? In Russia, they got queer people too. They just don't amplify it.
No.
Can I use this word? Can I use this word? They don't weaponize it.
No, it's private. If you're gay, you got to keep that private. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, you talk to people like I spent time over there. You talk to gay people from Russia. It's like we're not getting drawn and quartered by the daily. We just go to our home and we do our thing, and we don't stand in churches and paint them and defecate in them and all that. Which is what that Pussy Riot group did, right? So
and the black community, trans has been around the black community for hundreds of years, man. The thing is that it's a private thing. We don't make it normal. Okay. In fact, the biggest, especially in California, I think it was Prop 8 that we actually want to legalize gay marriage. Okay. The biggest group who was actually against Prop 8 were actually black gay people. They weren't for this shit. Okay. No, we're not gonna do all that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
let me read this from.
Go ahead.
My fellows, let me read this from line because I think it's hysterical. And the line says, "Everybody's taking BC, giggity, except for black women." Hysterical.
Black women hate birth control. They really do, man.
Hey, when he says BC, yes, birth control, but I thought something completely different.
Me too.
Oh God.
They're taking plenty of that. They're taking plenty of that.
Hey, you're still a 13-year-old.
Still a 12-year-old at heart. Really? Yeah. But no, but I agree with Arena. No, they taking plenty of that. They taking plenty.
Oh God.
Maybe a little too much. And that's not all they taking. They taking everything. They
They
taking.
love.
They
They love.
taking everything. Low key.
You know, a bookend. Remember I said that we were talking about Sex in the City and how it's the most. If you want to educate somebody, red pill. Just show them 2 seasons of that. A bookend to that would be if you want to find the most red pill music of the '90s, just get the TLC album. They're putting the game all out there. They're talking about how they're talking about how women creep. If you knew the things I did, he couldn't handle it. I mean, they're laying it all out.
If you really want to listen to Millie Jackson in the '70s, okay.
Do not mention TLC to me right now. You don't about to do Z. When we going to get no scrubs, son?
Little Mike, oh man, look, it's been at least 2 years, 2.5 years.
Yes,
but no, you're right, and it's on its way. It's on its way eventually. Sometime this millennia, I don't know. Sometime this millennia.
I mean, the song "Baby, Baby, Baby" speaks to the arrogance. As long as you know I can have any man that I want to, that's actual and that's factual, right? And that's Chili singing that song. 30 years later, she's with a white struggle actor, right?
Yeah, for real. And talking about subsidizing. Jesus. So you going on tour and you dancing at 50 something for the dude from Boy Meets World that we haven't seen since Boy Meets World.
And you need
and he was at the end of Boy Meets World, the very end.
See,
for me, it was fan mail. There's a song on fan mail that really,
fan mail, fan mail, yep.
Yeah,
the intro song.
Really brought some. I'm good at being bad.
Yes.
Have you ever heard this song?
Fan mail was I know the fan mail was the intro song. Yes, of course.
No. I'm good at being bad.
Oh no, do I remember that song?
Listen,
I probably, but I heard the whole album.
Okay, that song basically they contrast romance with the reality. All right, so they actually sing, romance, flowers, candy, and then they immediately cut to F that. I want a guy with 12 inches.
I remember that. Yep. Yes, I remember that. Yep, I remember.
And the truth is, I know, don't call me a hoe, but that's how I get down. I'm good at being bad. Yeah, I look innocent. Don't get it twisted. I'm like, what? And I'm young listening to this. I'm like, yo, yeah.
But remember, this is prime Xers. TLC was prime Xers. You couldn't get more. Just the out there, the raunchy, the you said we can't do that? Watch this, right? Like they were the face of like, oh, you said we can't do that? Like all of that red light special, all that shit, all that.
They defined the left side with the condoms on her glasses.
They defined the generation right beside Salt and Pepper.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, how did it all end up?
Bro.
So between you had the actresses like Vivica and what's her face Lisa Ray on one end, and then you had the rappers / singers like Little Kim and Foxy and TLC in them on the other end, and that man, yeah,
it was bad, man.
And unlike some of the boomers like with BGS in them, things was going down, but like people knew, but like certain things was in newspapers or was hearsay. Our shit was on Fudge Street. Go ahead.
It wasn't popular. You had to listen. Yeah, if you went to raunchy, you had to listen to blues songs, okay, because that's where it all was.
Yeah.
Like if you really want to do a deep dive, look up Millie Jackson and All the Way Lover. Okay.
Man.
And by the way, you look at TLC. They had a lot of issues, but I mean, Salt and Pepper. Salt did all right. She was married for 20 years to Gavin Ray, so she had a stable.
Which one of them was messing with Trench from Naughty by Nature?
Now Pepper was the other. Yeah, Pepper went the other way. She had a couple of. I think she was a Tretch, and before that, she was a Tretch for a long time. Salt was with Kenny Anderson for a while, and then she married Gavin Ray, or was it Salt who was with Kenny? She had a baby by. I think Salt had I think Pepper had a baby by Kenny Anderson, and then she married Tretch after that, years later. So, yeah.
Anyway, it's talking about OPP. Anyway, moving along.
You know me.
Right, exactly. Like, you know how long it took me? I was a kid, that's why I didn't know. Like,
I
OPP,
know,
Oh
what the
right?
fuck
yeah.
is
Oh
Right.
OPP?
yeah.
What is OPP?
What the fuck? What OKC? What? We talking about football teams? What are you talking about?
That's
Me too.
What?
that's a derivation from Michael Jordan. They used to call Michael Jordan using OPM, other people's money. Okay, so
OPP,
it ain't.
other people's pussy. Yep.
I was younger,
Yeah.
yeah, like that because that was a song like just
Other people's
like
pussy, other people's penis.
right
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
OPP was like it was one of those 90 by Nature was another group that defined a generation and defined the generation. They defined who to me it helped me identify who we were through them at the time. As I was like 4, 5, or 6 at the time, so that was that.
That's
Hey,
funny.
old nigga, stop laughing at me. No, I'm playing. but
It's so hilarious. Yeah, go ahead.
but that was the cultural context I had to draw from it for me to define my blackness. What's hip hop parade, and all that was at that time. That's how I defined my blackness at the time, and with the limited view I had of what OPP was. So we was yelling it out on the playground.
You know what
playing it out.
You know what you thought it was? Shout out to
What?
Terrell Truss's other people's personalities. That's what you thought. Going off of what you just said.
Yeah,
Well, we had our own too, because I think it was a double entendre, and if you're 5 or 6 or 7, a lot of it goes over your head.
Yeah,
when,
you don't have it was an innuendo. That was the last of the innuendos.
Yeah, when we were young, BGS is my same age. We had a song called "Ring My Bell" by Anita Ward.
Oh, Anita Ward, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I know he's talking
so ring
exactly
my
what
yeah. So when I'm
Mhm.
when I'm 7 years old hearing that song, I'm thinking she's talking about ringing an actual bell. And then you get about 16 or 17 or 18, and and the first time you make a woman come, you're like, oh, that's what she was talking about.
Go back to Donna Summer back in the 70s. Love to Love You, Baby.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, the nastiest songs ever were in the 70s. I mean, forget about it. Minnie Riperton. Inside My Love.
Inside My Love.
You can come inside me. You can. God.
Yeah, Leon Ware. I want to do something funky to you. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know.
So
Sweet Sticky Thing, Ohio Players.
Sweet Sticky Thing. Yeah. And Skin Tight. Yeah.
Yeah.
all these innuendos.
Running folks in the ditches.
Do it till you're satisfied. BT Express.
Oh yeah. Donna Summer, Bad Girls. Yeah.
And let me read this. Obel says, C. Jordan, Claudia Jordan is an Aries woman, which is a whole different bag of problems.
Yeah, they have to learn how to tame Aries. Okay, Aries. You have to have a special kind of guy to actually deal with Aries. Aries woman, because they are blunt. They will hurt your feelings if you don't.
Yeah, no, watching her, yeah, like I said, her and Corey, I think they have a good dynamic. I wouldn't mind her being like another co-host or on that show. Because they have a good dynamic.
Most Aries women have to come out of pocket because of their personalities.
What do you mean by that?
Because I had a few Aries females that were friends, right? And I said, how you keep a man? She said, I pay.
She buy that PS5.
In other words, she gonna, she got to come out of pocket, man. Because she got an abrasive.
As Vince said, she got to buy that PS5. Buy the goddamn PS5, lady.
Now what I'm saying, if you want a Pookie, you can buy a PS5. If that, you got to buy other stuff. Okay.
Somebody in the chat mentioned Sharon Madonna. Like Cher's been doing it for 40 years, unapologetically, right?
But she white and she old.
Yeah,
she could do that. That is expected.
Oprah does the same. I mean, I told my daughter, if you want the guy that you want, baby, you need to go to school, make some money, and buy that dude. Okay.
Yeah.
Ain't no shame.
Oprah's probably got a lot of guys that have NDAs, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah,
right?
she does. Yeah. I ain't got no problem with it. Pay like you weigh. Just like what's her name? Was it the attorney in that prosecuted Trump? Yeah, she pays.
Fannie Willis.
She pays. Okay, ain't no shame in it. She come out of pocket. So I tell these chicks, we don't want this kind of guy, that kind of guy. Bitch, pay.
Yeah. And unlike women, you can pay men to shut up, right? Yeah.
That's a whole nother story, right? So it's hard to catch
Yeah.
women cheating because men
Yeah.
don't talk. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. That's why it's hard for men to do what women do, is because women fall in love too much. You bang a chick right in the street, she can try to follow you home like a little cat. Somebody told me women are like cats.
Right there, you call it put. No, I'm playing.
Yeah. You feed them once, and they want to follow you home because they want to keep getting fed. Yeah.
But they still want you. But they still want to obey you within the home. Right?
No,
They don't
well,
follow commands. Yeah.
Yeah.
They want to have their own. They want you to finance their autonomy, as Z says. Yeah.
It still have my autonomy, right? Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fetch? What
I
do you
can
mean
sleep
fetch?
all day. Yeah. You fetch for me.
You fetch for me, yeah, basically.
Go fetch my food.
I'll bring your mouse every now and then, but that's about it.
You remember the Garfield cartoon where John was sleeping and it was time for Garfield to eat, and he grabs him by the collar, wakes him up.
Yeah. That's right. They sure will come. They sure will come up to your face, man, and start pawing you in the face, man, to wake you up if they want to eat.
Yeah, women will say, "Hey, what did Cillian Johnson say? You know, you got to go home. You can't be laying up under me. Yeah, you better go out there and get a check."
Oh yeah. The game is the game, man. I just want guys to stop, recognize the game and don't feel bad about it, man. They feel guilty. I wanted to love me for me. I mean, shut the fuck up.
Love you for you.
That's true, man.
The game.
What is the phrase
Yeah.
Yeah.
The incel, that's what they're upset about. I wanted to love me for me. Shut the hell up, man.
Alexa, play DeBarge Love Me in a Special Way, please.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. 10 years ago, you remember when that one incel shot all the sorority girls in Santa Barbara, Elliot Rogers.
Yeah.
And the point that many of us were trying to make is that is the absence of red pill training, because he elevated women. Right?
Yeah, he did.
Yes. He did. And he created expectation. Those of us with awareness know that women don't owe us anything, to what, do you like to say a lot, all right? Echoing what women said to us for years. We're not owed anything. We have to perform, right? And also the scarcity mindset. Don't have a scarcity mindset. He had both. He elevated women. He had expectation. And that's exactly the opposite of what specifically the game element teaches, right?
And plus he was really socially awkward. He couldn't connect. Okay, he had that's like when he was on medication. Okay, it's because he couldn't connect with women, because they tried to introduce.
But they blamed us anyway.
Huh? Yeah.
But they blamed us anyway.
Also, when you don't have,
and he hated red pill. He hated red pill guys. He really did.
Yeah.
I don't realize that. Yeah. Well, go ahead. Somebody's jumping in. Also, what?
Indigo says, "Love me in a special way, ass niggas." Exactly. Which, by the way, you know what? I don't. Look, in an ideal world, yeah, you can move like that. Like, and if you get lucky, I don't know who gets this lucky, but if you get lucky, you strike out. Like, my uncle ended up with his high school sweetheart, and he's dark-skinned, black, Haitian descent, man, and she's Nicaraguan, and like, it happens. And they've been married for oh my God, they've been married for 20 some odd years now.
Most guys don't choose their high school sweetheart. That's the problem. I did the same thing. Yeah.
See, and so they're my cousin, his nephew is he what a military school is that again? He went to go play football for
Army.
Shit. Oh, I can't remember what school it was.
The Army Academy.
I want to say, is it? I don't remember.
There's a lot.
There's a couple. But he's so it happens, but the likeliness. So I don't fault the love me in a special way as niggas. It's when the environment is not conducive for that at this point, and so you end up harming yourself by chasing after that.
It used to happen a lot, and a lot of these women they've been taught that's not a good thing. So, in fact, I think Anti just showed this chick. She got 5 kids and says she's getting ready to leave a good guy, and yada yada yada, because he won't do the work. In other words, and they started dating. They were high school sweethearts, and they're still married. Okay.
But here's part of the
Wait,
issue, right?
wait. I
I'm
gotta read
sorry.
this. I'm sorry. No. It's okay. I'm the one who cut you off. And Black Guru says Elliot Rogers had been traumatized by Tyrone BBCing white women.
Yeah.
And he did mention that. He did mention that
He
a
did mention
number
that.
of times.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
number of times.
Yeah. Because
Yeah. No.
Because
He
Nah,
was hatred.
he went to UC Santa Barbara, and that was a problem. Okay.
And he said, how is these sons of slaves
yeah.
able to? I'm like, nigga,
Yeah.
sons of slaves.
Yeah.
The
Well,
fuck?
yeah.
I mean, we are, but how are these
Yeah.
sons of slaves
Yeah.
able to lay with attractive women? And like, yeah.
And he's a white rich guy because his father was rich.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his father was one of the contributors to Lord of the Rings,
Lord of the Rings.
if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Assistant producer. Yeah.
See?
yeah. So according to the script, he shouldn't be losing.
Brand new Beamer and everything, and
Brand new Beamer and everything, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Just damn,
And
bro.
the nanny and all. Yeah.
And by the way, so something that we have to remember as Black men, if we're going to do our, if we're going to move the way Nameless and Obsidian speak about, right? Appreciate he had a quote unquote black friend that he was secretly hating on the whole time. That is much of what inspired that rage, right? That's number one. Number two, same thing with Dylan Roof. He had a black friend that he saw as less than, but he was cool with, and they would be smoking and everything like that.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful. So as we do our Mandalorian thing, appreciate that the white dudes is going white dude. They're gonna be smiling in your
They
face,
are.
everything honky dory.
Anybody's gone to a predominantly white school, okay, knows that. Anybody's gone to a predominantly white school knows that. Okay, white people.
I raised my hand. Yep.
Right. Oh yeah, you from there, from the whole environment. You know that white people go white people. Okay?
And I had to talk to one of my cousins.
And you know when if you've been in that environment, you know when you walk in the room with all white people and they're at the look, you're in the wrong room. Instantly.
One of my cousins I had to talk to
it's called
after Trump's first election. Me and him were talking. This is back in this is 2017, and we were speaking and he was like, Z, I didn't realize how I say anti-black, but you saying how racist. A lot of the people I went to high school with, like with Trump's election, it's not just that they support him; it's the stuff that they saying. And I'm like, bro, what do you
believe? What are you talking about?
when you kind of feel sad for them because like they got their heart broken in a way.
Yeah.
That to me, that was the thing. It was like, oh, you heartbroken over it.
Z, so your girlfriend, you said you were in Riverside, right? For a wedding, right?
Yeah, for my lady's cousin's wedding. Yes.
Okay, so she's from that area. So Riverside, and because I went to high school in Riverside.
No. She's from South Florida, but her cousin moved to California to be with his now wife. So yeah, because his now wife is from California. So yeah.
But so if you talk to them, they will verify. Like Riverside, the Inland Empire is very different from coastal Los Angeles area. That's more normative liberals. But if you talk about the red part of California, once you get past Chino, heading towards Riverside, because the first time in high school I got called. It had been 5 years since I've been called a nigga, and that's when it happened at my high school in Riverside. I was actually winning a debate in my sociology class, and the star of the softball team was getting frustrated. You're just a she let it right out.
I was called
in front of the teacher and everything.
At the table.
My high school, you could see, if you're on the balcony, you could see the beach from my from my balcony. Okay, from the balcony of the high school. That's how close we were. Okay, we're 2 miles from not even 2 miles from the beach. Okay, and I got called a nigga. I got called more niggas in that area than I did down south. Okay.
Yeah. So that area.
Yeah.
They will let you know. That's
Oh yeah. Those are the working class in the beach areas. Those are the upper middle class white folks. Okay, for the most part. Okay. When you get out into like the out into the not the suburbs, but out toward the extended metros, right? those are working class black white people. Okay, I remember my kids were living out there, right? And there's two sets. There's the normal working class white folks, and then we call it the trailer park kids. And I actually saw a class division. I said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, that's the cultural right. That's what you call the cultural right.
Yeah. I said, "Oh, okay." That's why I noticed that there's a difference between how white people do class and how we do class, right? Because white folks don't fuck with the trailer park people. They look down on them. They don't fuck with them. Okay. Whereas we, the ghetto folks and the rich folks, we're all kind of in a big mismatch. There's a big difference.
But they will weaponize them against us.
Oh yeah,
and that's how they that's what they love doing.
What do they say? The old Arab proverb: the enemy of my enemy is my what? My friend.
My friend, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
BJ, do you mind reading this for me, please, and thank you?
I said most black women want mama love. I don't know what that means. Okay, that's Oh, most black men want mama. We're trained. Okay, we trained to obey the voice of mama. That's how come I played. I clipped that Pearl thing out when she was actually talking about on back and forth with those black women, right? I said, and she had words for the women, but really had words for the guys. I said, how can the black men on this panel, especially the hosts, not check these women when they're wrong? I said, welcome to black culture, baby. Because that would never go on in a white arena, okay? If white was wrong, the white man had no problem checking a white woman. A white man has no problem checking a white woman.
And, piggybacking off what BGS said, the white folks who have treated me the best are actually upscale, non-culture war type conservative, Republican types, right?
Yeah.
The Rand Paul types, as it were.
Yeah.
Because Rand Paul will be against welfare, but he'll also say we owe black people, black Americans, and other people for. He talks about civil asset forfeiture, right?
Yeah.
He said that's stealing from black people,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And we need to stop it, right? So, and so I've had guys like that who are bosses who will judge me based on my performance.
Oh, your merit.
Yeah, exactly. But but some of the folks that are quote unquote normative liberals, some of the most toxic behind the scenes people you ever see.
To
your point.
They're low key
to your point,
racist.
BGS, we know. Yeah. To your point, BGS is you know the nuances and who you can trust and who you can't trust.
Oh yeah. But basically, the biggest group that's holding black men back are not white men; it's white women. Believe it or not.
10,000%.
Yeah, that's why I hammer people on that. Okay, and look at Pauli Murray, look at Eleanor Roosevelt, look at the 1964 civil rights. Okay, that splintered the whole country. That's when neoliberal came out, the right and left conservatives came out. All that stuff came out of the 1964 civil rights bill, feminism, all that kind of stuff splintered the whole United States.
Yeah, I mean, I tell black women all the time. They'll say, well, you didn't do your job in voting for Kamala or for Hillary. And I said, well, you didn't do your job in the primary not voting for Bernie, because he would actually give you health care and a whole bunch of other shit that would help you, right? Yeah. But you wanted my vagina, which was what was Hillary's entire campaign?
You wanted pantsuit. You wanted pantsuit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what was her slogan? I'm with her. My vagina, Putin, and my vagina. That's
yeah. And which without knowing who these people really are, and everybody, the thing is, everybody knew who Kamala really was, and if you actually listen to the people in the background, Kamala really had no shot of winning that election.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they would rather lose with a normative Democrat than win with a progressive, because they get to fundraise.
Okay, they would, but the thing is, they wanted to keep the neocon agenda intact. That's why they
at the races, yeah. Oh, at the water's edge, they're all the same. They just have different pretexts. Neocons say we want to promote democracy. Neoliberals say we want humanitarian intervention.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Two wings of the same bird. Yeah.
Shout out to Cornell West.
Let me ask you, both of y'all brothers, something. Arena and BG. I've seen that I got both of y'all up here. Do y'all think the neoliberal project is done? Y'all think Trump crushed that, or y'all think he's still in it?
No, what killed the neoliberal project was
down this escalator.
Okay.
Mute up, please.
Yeah. What killed neoliberalism, finally killed it, was two things. One was the banking crisis, and second thing was the last nail in the coffin was Biden stealing Russia's money. It's done. It's over. Okay, they got to transition into what they call this technocratic society. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah.
That's getting ready to launch. So what Andrew Yang is saying, okay, that's what's getting ready to get unleashed right now. That's why I'm telling people you gotta stay ahead of the bear, because nobody knows.
To piggyback what our BGS said, I would tend to agree with him there. Creating or amplifying the illusion of it hasn't died. They're still trying to do it. It's not working, but they're going to keep trying, and that's why they have people in front of us that are of similar vein. They're still trying to promote those type of folks, because as Irami said, their job is to they rather promote the consultant class still controls the Democratic Party, right? And
both sides really. Yeah, both sides really. Yeah.
Well, the difference is, I think, with the Republicans, there is allowed, there's an element of plurality that's allowed to flourish a little bit. The establishment did not want Trump, but he was able to take over the party in less than one Senate election cycle.
The Republican Party hates Trump, believe it or not.
Yeah.
But
you're right. You're right, BJ. You're right.
Yeah,
Go
ahead.
Yeah, you said white woman right now is now holding black men at this time, present time, correct? In this present.
They've been doing that since 1964. Who do you think took your fucking jobs and all your credit?
They took their jobs. Go ahead.
In present time, no, it's been happening, boss. Okay. Why do you think the suffragettes wanted to vote? It's because black men got to vote.
Yeah, they got workforce. Yeah,
and
I think like a century ago, I think.
Yeah, that's what because black men got to vote. That's how come. And it was white women that actually held you back from voting. It wasn't black.
They took our vote.
Yeah, and then with 1964, how the hell are you going to give black men rights that white women don't have? Out of their own mouths.
Took our women.
And then all
God damn everything.
Yeah, structural racism, particularly post-Reconstruction, was designed to create us as an enemy, and with a white woman as the foil.
Yeah, well, Reconstruction was reconstructing the South to actually start making money again. It was never about you.
Yeah.
In other words, how do we keep these people as working as a labor class? Because 75% of your GDP comes out of the slave South. Okay, and Lincoln had just broken that up, because he actually wanted more favorable wages for the white immigrants coming in. Okay, but guess what? That shit didn't work because they couldn't do the same work. So how do we put the people? Do we just freed back on the same plantation?
Jim Crow.
That's what it's called, Jim Crow. With the case, it couldn't be done legally. It had to be done socially. Yeah. That's why all the Jim Crow laws came in, and not taking away the right to vote and all the other kind of crap they had. They did to us, putting us in prison, all that kind of stuff, right? So because they needed your labor to keep making money. Okay, there would be no industrial revolution without the slave South.
Correct.
I mean, if you really want to pay attention to see how insidious the what's going on with the modern Democratic Party is, when we speak about the Republicans and the quote unquote menace that they present. Well, I mean, think about this. All right, one thing we know, because political science that was my major. And one thing you understand is that Republicans in particular the cultural right types, they know they can't win high turnout elections.
True.
If there's high turnout in the election, like in 2020, they are freaking doomed. Trump didn't win any more votes really than he did in 2020. Right? It's just that everything else dipped because they didn't do anything for the past 4 years. But if you go back to 2020, they want to play on the election. They want to suppress the vote on one end, but on the other end, they want to use structural reasons. Why do you think George W. Bush won? Because they started purging black people through from the rolls. And so they had something. And so they had something from 2004 to 2013 called cross-check. And what that was is a guy named Chris Kobach out of Kansas. He created a system where if there was somebody named Stephen L. Thompson in Mississippi, and Stephen L. Thompson in
Yeah.
Florida, they would just purge the one, and notice it was never somebody named Kowalski or Rosenberg, right? It was always something that could be associated with black folks or with Martinez or something like that, and they would just start purging people so they go to the rolls, and by the time they would get that thing through court, the election's already over, right? The Democrats did nothing about that. There's a guy named Greg Palast who did a lot of work on that. And Trump financed a lot of that from 2006 or 2007. Well, it really ramped up when Obama was elected, right? That 6 or 7 year period before he took over, and he was financing these voter suppression schemes for years, and the Democrats did not do jack.
They didn't want to do jack shit about it. Okay.
Right, because they were using the same type of policies to suppress their left wing. Right. That's what happened with the Bernie lawsuit.
Yes.
And Hillary thought she was going to be able to beat Trump.
No. Okay. The thing is, okay, people in the know. I don't know how in the know you guys are. Okay.
Go ahead.
There's a reason. The Epstein file, the Epstein stuff actually killed Hillary. Okay. Is because remember the laptop that never really got revealed with the Epstein files on it. Yeah. Okay. The DOD released it. What killed Hillary was actually when she was actually Libya, because in Steve.
Well, no, the embassy thing.
No, the Stevens thing with the ambassador Stevens got killed. And so the DOD and the NSA said you will never be our what's it called,
Commander in
Chief. And they did it. They released files with the Democratic Party. Remember, they released the Democratic Party files back in before that, and then the death knell was the
email.
Benghazi. That's what we were trying to say. Benghazi.
So that's what killed her, because she actually won the popular vote, and had they not dropped those last things at the last minute, she would have won.
Let me read this. Trell trying to be funny. He said Pizzagate is what killed her. The conspiracy, the conspiracy that her and Bill had some shit going on under a damn pizzeria with kids and stuff like that. And some dude, some Yahoo went in there shooting shit up or whatever, or at least threatened it.
The biggest thing that's on the Epstein files is what Bill and Hillary did in Haiti. They run a whole bunch of stuff in Haiti, okay, that nobody even knows about right now, okay?
You have no idea, BGS, how much hate Haitians have for the Clintons in particular. It's palpable. It's I can't say the Clintons around my dad. I can't say it.
I know, Z, because I have a video on my YouTube channel with Randall Robinson and Harry Belafonte, along with Susan Sarandon on Donahue, talking about the importance of Haiti, and that was right around the time of the latest round of machinations to undermine the country was going on in 1994.
The first time probably.
The Clintons, and also as a front for Disney, because Disney was making a ton of money off of Haiti.
Probably off of the island. There's another island. I think it's Labadie.
And people forget, man, Randall Robinson is the guy who wrote the book on reparations for us. And he was telling you why Haiti was so important to the hemisphere and to counter-revolutionary movements. So.
There's a couple of people I see stress that in this space. BGS, definitely Black Uru. Black Uru's mentioned it a couple of times, but
basically that's what Colin Powell, believe it or not, was trying to push that, And the thing is that I said white people gonna white people, and basically if you get reparations and with Sovereign Wealth Fund and freed Africa, then you would actually close out Europe. They didn't want That's how come they didn't want black folks to go over there and actually.
I gotta mention this name too, BGS, because before I get a karate, a magical karate chop to the neck. Nameless too. Nameless also mentions the importance of Haiti too. Before I get an invisible karate chop to the neck.
But Haiti's always been Haiti was like the Cuba before Cuba.
Yeah. Yep.
They've been that way
Yep.
for damn near 300 years.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I I struggle to watch the the mini docs. I'm big on mini docs. I'm
Hmm.
big on them, and I struggle to watch all the ones on Haiti because I'm like, ugh. And when it hit close to home, then now you got to put your big boy pants on and yeah, and watch the shit and hear the conspiracy and hear the machinations and how this thing happened that led to this thing that led to that thing, and you're like, oh, so that's how we got here. But just
Yeah.
finding out and
It's
knowing
gross.
about it is just yeah.
It's
Yeah.
so gross.
Yeah,
You know.
that's why like I said, I was a KPF progressive in the 90s. Okay, so and I went to a lot of these meetings and stuff like that. That's why I call them limousine liberals. Okay, and the subtle racism that is in the progressive movement is
Yes.
it's astounding.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you won't notice it unless you're there.
Yeah.
Me
My
and
phrase for them, my phrase for
Go
them,
ahead.
BGS is cocktail wokes.
Okay. No, the reason I call them limousine liberals, right, is because
I heard that.
yeah,
Yeah, I've heard that.
yeah, is because if you see, because like I said, KPFK was hard of progressivism, right? And so you go to the meetings and these liberals show up in Mercedes and BMWs and stuff like that, and they show
And I cleaned those.
with the chai tea and all that kind of crap, right? Okay. And
Yep.
so they're liberal as long as it doesn't affect their bank account.
It's matcha tea now on BGS.
Is it matcha tea now? Not Thai
matcha
anymore?
now. Yeah,
Okay.
it's matcha
Yeah.
now. And what's the
Hey, I
chocolate
like-
that
I
come
like-
out of the
I-
Middle
I-
East
I-
with the
I like
green
matcha.
stuff in the middle?
Yeah.
What's the chocolate that's coming out of the Middle East with the green
Yeah.
shit from something? I forgot what it's called. Shit like that. Like that's
Yeah,
what that's what the new left is in.
You
That and matcha.
go to the alternative medicine forums, and you go to the vegan forums. You go to all the progressive shit that they used to promote. Man, you go there and you get a rude awakening about and especially when you go to alternative health and veganism, right? The right, you see a lot of right wingers there, a lot of far right people,
So
a lot of your liberal people show up in the same vein.
So that the right was able to court a lot of those anti-vaxxer women
Yes.
on the left. Funny enough,
Yes.
they were able to court a lot of them.
Yeah.
You're
Because
definitely
they
right
believe in the same thing. Because I had an argument with not only the right wing people that I know, but also the far left people. So the basically the whatchamacallit, the progressive, and sometimes even the what we call it, the pro black
Jimmy Dore
people.
type.
No, I'm talking about the pro black people. Okay, that you would think wouldn't be that way. Pro black people are far more conservative than people actually know.
Oh yeah, no, but you could see that. I think you got to be up close and personal. I agree with you.
Yeah, like
if you're not up close and personal, you won't know.
Like
You won't
you
know.
pro black people do not go in for this LGBTQ shit or the abortion
at all.
or the vaccines, any kind of stuff. They're really conservative. People don't realize that. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely. What I was gonna tell you, I was gonna bring something up too. Oh no, me and Better You had a conversation on the phone, speaking about a debate. Going to what you were saying about like the subtle racism. A debate between Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball. They married off of Crystal Ball is the lady off of Breaking Points, and Kyle Kalinske is the dude from Secular Talk that has his hair is blonde highlights. And and they were debating Breonna Joy Gray on Stop This. Was it Stop the Steal? No, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I think was that. But they were debating.
They agree,
you could tell.
agree on Stop the Steal.
Yeah. But did you see Kyle's when they were debating Kyle's demeanor towards Breonna Joy Gray? And I got kind of a soft spot for Breonna Joy Gray too, so I was definitely like on some. No, nigga, you ain't gonna be talking to her like you lucky out of in studio. So yeah, but so you could tell from the tone it even if they agree on 90% of stuff, 85% of stuff, the 15% they disagree with, and then you add race to it,
yeah. Oh, racists, they just hide it very well. That's all. That's
AB always say this.
Go ahead.
AB says, "You mean Crystal Simp Kyle?" Because so Crystal been married. AB Crystal been married how many times? This is her third marriage or something, I think.
Second. This is only second. But
this is second. Okay, yeah.
This is second.
Yeah,
marriage.
because she don't have no kids. Because I'm like waiting. I'm like, bro, when are you gonna have kids, bro? I mean,
what you don't want to tell Kyle is that Crystal would not have. One thing I respect about Crystal is she's a class trader, right? You know, she speaks.
Yeah, she is.
I mean, she grew up aristocratic. You know, her husband was a tech entrepreneur, and now he's a general counsel. But she was moving in terms of when she was in her prime and time to have kids. She was moving hypergamously in concert with her class and sensibility, right? I mean, 23, 24 years old. She had babies by this guy. She got the bag, and now she was to Kyle. So, I mean, you would hate to point out to Kyle, you know what? 23-year-old Crystal does not choose 25-year-old Kyle Kalinske. Just understand that, right?
I will say this. Let me say this.
She's a bohemian chick. That's it.
And I think she married for love the second time. The first time, how women say it is like you married for love the first time and then you married for money the second time. No, this time I think Crystal married for money the first time and then married for love the second time. Because Kyle is a whole funny guy, right? Like, not really, but I mean, like he's a whole comedian, and Crystal is like she likes him. You can tell she.
Bezos' wife did the same thing. Well, they both did, right? They married for practically the first time, and second time they married who they really wanted to marry. Okay, even though she got divorced because she's poor, but yeah.
No, I think you're right. Yeah. Well, he looked like an oblong head. He looked like an oblong ass bizarro Jeff Bezos anyway. The ex-husband, Mackenzie Bezos' second husband, I guess. Yeah. He looked like he could be related to Jeff Bezos anyway. But you gotta look. like Mackenzie, you gotta look.
Yeah.
For real.
And I still respect Brie, and I listen to a lot of her stuff. I love the way she addressed the Charlie Kirk issue with the nuance. Where I withdrew my financial support to her is because her podcast is called the Bad Faith Podcast, and it's an irony.
Yep.
Because she always addresses people in good faith. If she wants to talk to a neoliberal warmonger, she'll talk to a neoliberal warmonger.
Yep.
She's talked to who's the black male conservative, the young guy. I forget his name. He starts with a C.
Byron Donalds? Byron Donalds?
No,
it probably wasn't Byron. Byron's the one from Florida. Okay. Yeah.
But it was a light skinned brother. I think it might be Coleman or something like that.
Coleman Hughes.
Right. So she had. Let's get the perspective, and she had a great good faith discussion with him. Why would a conservative ever be gay? Well, let's talk to Andrew Sullivan, right? So I would prefer that if she was going to I would rather her have stayed away from manosphere or men's justice issues like Rania Kalick does. She just stays out of that. You know, she stays with foreign policy, and that's what she sticks with. But when Crystal, when Bree decided to address the men's issues, I figured she was going to get somebody like a Torrin Walker, or somebody with an academic background. She went and got FD Signifier, and
she's a black.
She does that all the time. Yep.
That was it for me.
Bree got her own relationship situation, like bro, like I've watched her. At the end of the day, yes, she is. And at the end of the day, Bree's issue is what a lot of you're smart, you're educated, you're cute, you got little chubby cheeks, you got the little chipmunk face, you're cute. I want to pinch your cheeks. And with a second that you start talking about men, them things come out because it ain't fair that I'm disaccomplished and I work on myself, I go to therapy and all that, and these niggas ain't here. So y'all forcing me, in her mind, y'all are forcing me to date Jewish niggas.
No,
that's how she thinks.
The niggas that
she's a black Carrie Bradshaw right now that's not getting Mr.
Say that.
Say
that. Exactly.
Well,
go ahead, BJ, because you was gonna say something with it. You was gonna say something.
She's not getting the guys that she wants because she
exactly. Exactly.
And so how come the Jewish guys ain't married her yet? Because Jewish guys marry black women all the time.
Yeah. She had and just like those other coastal sisters who grew up in those areas. She went to Georgetown. She had access to all of them, right? Right.
So how come she didn't stick the landing?
You would think someone that was Bernie Sanders' press secretary, that notoriety.
Yeah.
That's big time.
Yeah. But what women want guys that they're around that have power, right? But can they compete for those guys? That's the issue. Can they compete for those guys?
I don't think they want. I think they're above it. I don't. Obviously, I don't know Bree good enough.
They
Go
don't
ahead, Ted. Go
qualify.
ahead.
They don't qualify.
Mhm.
They want them. They just can't qualify for
Hey,
them. Whatever
AB, AB, we are at 9%. I'm about to push all these niggas off the stream anyway. But
Yeah.
AB's like link please. But no, but we'll do what's today. Today is. Let me see if I could do maybe a panel tomorrow. Probably not. Maybe Friday. Definitely Friday. But if not tomorrow, tomorrow maybe
It's
maybe
kind of hard.
tomorrow. But
It's kind of hard. Well, Z, if you
Tomorrow,
start
Dr. T. Tomorrow, Dr. T is doing strictly business, so I'm in there.
if you start on time,
right, I wouldn't have these problems. It's true indeed, but I can't. There's a certain type of way you got to be reckless. You got to make sure. Read through the tea leaves. Read through the leaves, everybody. You got to make sure all your ducks are in a row, so that when you reckless, you don't got to worry about it so much, right? So that's why sometimes I'll be like, I think I could start at this time, and then certain things come up, and I'm like, God damn, I can't start at this time. So,
your life's gonna life, yeah.
Your life is going life. Life is going life. That's exactly. But,
hey, BGS,
but AB, I should be doing a stream tomorrow, or if not, AB, I should be doing either tomorrow. I'll do a panel or Friday, and yeah, I'll let y'all know. Because I gotta catch up. There's a bunch of stuff people ask me to do. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, BGS, are you gonna be in the stream with Dr. T tomorrow for Strictly Business, the movie review?
I might. I didn't. He didn't tell me about it, so I might. Because somebody wants me to do the learning tree, so I might do the learning tree on Saturday. Got to actually watch the movie, so.
Okay.
You know what? That's a good. I will end out on that. Good point. Black Rue says maybe she don't like Bernstein like that and couldn't fake the funk. I think I think when she's with a Bernstein, as you say, a Bernstein or Bernstein, it's convenient.
Yeah.
Right. It's convenient. So yeah.
Financially convenient.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can't get the nigga I want convenience.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And whatever it is in her personality, in her private life, she can't stick to landing with the guys that she wants.
Hey, y'all know how?
No, I think that I think that it's a misconception that she thinks that her stature should mean something.
We hear that all the time. The black manager says that to black women all the time. Kevin used to tell that to women all the time. We don't give a shit about what you think your metric should be.
Hey, y'all know how you play like the RPG games and you have to start off with like a default character, and the default character always got some deficit or bullshit. Like black dudes got big dick and swag, and then the small hats got money and legislative privilege and shit like that. So you gotta compensate for one for the other.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have to use what you got, right?
Do women think that their stature should be appealing to men because they're about to carry some freight?
Yeah, that's what they've been taught. Women got to remember, women see the whole world through their lens, through their womb lens. Okay, because it's feeling based. So they especially black women think what's important to them should be important to you.
Okay.
Solipsism. Yep.
Solipsism.
Yeah, very much so. Yes. Also,
hey,
narcissism. Yeah.
Let's find out how that works out for them, because reality will ultimately win.
and basically, feminism taught them the same thing. Okay, this is how you qualify for the man that you want. So they've also been taught that in school, because back in the 50s and 60s, right, and even the 70s, right, they didn't teach women that. Okay, this is what he wants, this is what you got to give him, and this is what will get you that ring to be a wife. Okay, they don't teach that no more. That's how come they moved it from husband and wife to partner, which is a gay term, which is going back to Sex in the City.
Yeah, exactly. Her male counterpart, I don't know if women understand this, but if a man is ambitious and succeeds tremendously, he doesn't do that to find an equal.
The only type of partner I acknowledge is the one that T.I. told us about, partner.
Oh, well, yeah, that's okay. That is a different way to talk about partner. Okay, the reason they adopted the gay term, because anybody that was an adult in the 80s knows about the what is it, the partnership, the gay partnership. Instead of them giving them gay marriage, they gave them domestic partnership. Okay, that was in the 80s. So gay people couldn't get married legally, but what they could get is domestic partnership, right? And all feminists did was actually adopt that because they actually wanted to get rid of gender roles. And
But they don't.
there's no gender roles in a gay marriage. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they don't want to get rid of gender roles at the same time because they're not ready to carry the freight.
Well, the thing is that's true. Okay, that's true.
I just want to know for Brianna Joy, how much of the freight is she willing to carry? That's the ultimate question.
Well, the thing is that's why the partnership is a negotiation, right? Okay.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I am at 5%. We
All
have
right.
to start making our closings. So, DJ, do you want to give us a benediction or whatnot before we get out? Because Black Woman's not up here, so we need either you or Rena Realize. One of y'all gotta do the benediction because benediction goes to the oldest person on the panel. So, whichever one of y'all want to flip a coin or whatever.
In other words, that's why it's being, man. But basically, value your light and attention and your mission first. Okay. Don't worry about what women expect out of you. Okay, you make yourself the center of your own universe. In fact, Wallace Tomasi used to say that, right? You are the point of your own origin. Okay, don't worry about everybody else. Okay, what's best for you? Okay, like they say, put the oxygen mask on yourself first, and then share it. Okay, that's what you need to do with yourself. Stop worrying about what these chicks think or what your expectations are. What is best for you? Whether it's passport, bro, whether it's marrying out, whatever, right? Where's MGTOW, where's Monk, okay? What is best for you? And then worry about everybody else second.
In wrestling, they have a term. I said in wrestling they have a term.
3%. Go ahead.
I said in wrestling they have a term called embrace the grind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Turn yourself. Yeah.
No, but go ahead. Finish up with that because we got two per. Okay, so you know what? I can't even let him do it. So on that note, y'all, we will end right there. Like, we'll pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. I'm gonna check out the Black Manosphere content and another Manosphere content. I gotta go run to a goddamn charger. All right, y'all. This is y'all.
Later.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.